This happened one night when the moon was in flood and the city was still awake and illuminated by nightlights. Two boys, friends, met in a computer club. They were waiting for the broadcast of one computer game where the players will go through a level of infernal difficulty live. Teenagers were vulgar in their communication with each other, drank beer, and, having taken their seats at the computer, entered the game. And now a woman appeared on the screen, the presenter dressed in an erotic clown costume. She congratulated all the viewers who joined the live broadcast of the real Hell Games, which were organised by their sponsors. The presenter jumped on the platform and announced that only today there will be some newbies on the task with the highest mortality rate, in a game called Giant Elephant Hospital. The boys kept their eyes on the screen while drinking beer and eating snacks. The host went on to say that this platform has been live for 3 years, and the game draws people into a world of terror and forces them to perform gruesome tasks. Those who succeed will be generously rewarded not only with prizes, but also with the preservation of their own lives, and those who lose will be deprived of their strength in the game, and so on until death. Then, the presenter began to introduce new great players, and they started writing comments in the game's general chat. Some were favourable, about an interesting idea and a desire to see what will happen next. Others were negative, about the length of the text. The presenter announced that among the newbies there is one whose mental power reaches 101. The comments immediately began to write that before that, the highest level of mental power was held by the demon Shogun of the city with a level of 100. What's more, Shigen was called the most talented participant of the Hell Games. His name was written in blood in the rating. Another comment asked if a new player with a spiritual power of 101 would be cooler in the game than Shigen, the main demon of the city. Next, a ward appeared on the screen where a man was lying on the table. The presenter said that due to the large number of players, information about them will not be available. And the theme of the game will be the one that causes the greatest mortality, Hospital for Giant Elephants. The next moment, everything went dark. Red system windows of the game began to appear in front of my eyes, which reported that an unknown error had occurred. Player data not detected. An error occurred again, and the data recovery attempt failed. The eyes opened, and the first thing anyone saw was a hand against the background of a huge surgical lamp in which there was a scalpel. The man jumped up on the bed. He ended up in the surgical ward of the hospital and did not immediately understand where he was. Putting his hand to his eye, he realized that he was seeing the world around him through the prism of the game menu, where dialogue windows of the game are displayed, which provide information about certain items. So, after examining the corridor through the walls of the hospital, a dialogue box appeared with a hint that to get to another ward, he needs to find a key card. The man, without letting go of the scalpel, left the ward. V was walking down the corridor of a neglected, abandoned hospital, the corridors of which were also run by cockroaches and rats. Stepping into a puddle next to one of the chambers, he looked inside. An old man was lying on a bed in the ward. He looked very exhausted. He asked the young man to help him, explaining that he wanted to go to the restroom. The man stood and looked at the old man with an indifferent expression on his face. In front of his eyes, he saw a dialogue box of the game which said that this is old Liu, especially dangerous, with a note, "Can't move." The man decided that it was something like a trap. After all, the old man is strong, but he cannot move, the level of his abilities is low, and he is also near death. All this was broadcast on the screens of the viewers, and they started writing comments in the general chat where they expressed dissatisfaction with the main character, and some asked to invite the beautiful player. Just then, the man reached for the old man's hand. Old Liu thought about having the boy come closer and touch his hand. Someone from the audience wrote in the comments that the new players who died at the hands of the old man have their mental strength reduced from 100 to 50. Others wrote that this player is also being tricked, that he is a fool. Suddenly, the man pulled his hand away and turned around sharply. He approached the old man's bed from the head and put a scalpel to his forehead. The old man was frightened and asked what he had come up with, and the man said that he had a question, and if he answered, he would take the old man to the toilet, and if not, then he will cut off the old man's head. With these words, the man made a small incision between the eyebrows of the infirm patient. The old man agreed in fright. Then the man asked, How much hair is on the legs? Old Man Liu was silent and looked at the man in surprise. There was also silence in the comments of the general chat. No one understood what kind of question it was. After a short pause, the man bent down to the old man and pressed the scalpel. He, in a cold sweat, began to beg not to kill him, and then asked to ask one more question. Any one more question. The man took the scalpel from the old man's head and asked, "Where is the hospital key card?" Old Liu replied that there were only 3 such keys, one in the residence office, one in the logistics department, and one more. And a sharp, unexpected wave of the scalpel cut the old man's throat. The man turned and left, saying that he should apologize, but he did not have many questions. In the comments, there was surprise that this player really has abilities, while others wrote that everyone can intimidate old men. In the man's eyes, dialogue boxes began to appear with messages that the level was successfully completed. Scalpel can deal additional damage to ghosts, that after killing Elder Liu, his scalpel was slightly improved. Leaving the old man's room, the man noticed a large paper envelope on the table. He took it and read the inscription, "Hospital for Giant Elephants." At this time, the host of the live broadcast handed over a card with information about the player. She was shocked. It said that the player's name is Zhao Yi. He is level 1, experience 25 out of 25. Features, none. Weapon, grenade 3 PCs. Life, 10 out of 10. Strength, 2. Character, 0. There is no nickname, and the weapons of the soul are surgical items. And with all this, the mental strength of this player reached 100+1 level. The presenter, who dropped the microphone from her hands while reading the note, looked at the screen and drew the audience's attention to the fact that the player was launching a hidden mission. Old Liu got up from the bed and gradually began to disintegrate into pixels. The game menu appeared, in which it was said about the activation of a hidden task called Elder Liu's Last Wish, with a note that the difficulty of this task is higher than that of the main one, so if you do not complete the hidden task, it will affect the content of the main one. Gradually disappearing, Old Man Liu said that there was a folder in the man's hands, and in it is a document about property, which is all that the old man acquired during his life. He added that so his daughter could get it, he made a deal with the director of the Giant Elephant Hospital. In exchange for an apartment, the old man took part in the murder. Tears began to fall from the old man's eyes, and he said that his daughter had recently died in an elevator accident. That's how it all ended. Old Liu begged Zhao Yi to help him kill the hospital director in exchange for the title deed. With these words, the old man disappeared, and the man remained standing with the folder in his hands. A menu appeared with information that a document on Liu's property had been received. Kanya. Material, green paper. Result, not yet determined. The presenter looked at the screen and saw how in the general chat messages began to appear about the admiration of a new player who turned out to be very clever and found a hidden mission. That you shouldn't look down on him. Among many comments, the presenter drew attention to one, which said that although the newcomer acted rashly, his game was really good. His attitude and judgment during the game allowed him to carry on. And while the chat was filled with other various comments, the player calmly left Elder Liu's ward. Zhao Yi's actions through the cameras. He noted that Elder Liu had said something strange to Zhao Yi about his daughter dying in the elevator. And this meant that the elevators in the hospital were not working. While Zhao Yi was walking down the corridor of the hospital, there were comments that the best way for Zhao Yi to handle the game was to give up the hidden mission and just find the key card. Others noted that the elevator is not working and it is dangerous there. The man, sitting behind the computer screen, was very surprised by Zhao Yi's actions. He did not understand what he was doing and why the boy was going straight to the elevator. At this time, Zhao Yi walked over to the elevator and pressed the call button. When the elevator arrived and opened, an in-game menu appeared with the information that the elevator has a low level of danger, and a note that there is a ghost inside whose strength and abilities are reduced by 5 times, but he is still stronger than a person, so he cannot be defeated with his bare hands. Zhao Yi gave a predatory smile. He had an interested expression on his face. The boy thought that the ghost in the elevator was most likely Elder Liu's daughter. Entering the elevator. In the general chat, comments immediately began to be written that everything was over and that the newcomer, without thinking carefully, went to his death. Zhao Yi thought that most hospitals had information booths on the first floor and he should see them. It was dark in the elevator. There was a terrible screeching sound during movement. Zhao Yi remained calm. In the comments, they wrote that he was going to his death, that the elevator is like a living coffin, that it is very dangerous there. And someone wondered whether everything was normal with the novice with mental and physical strength, whether they had not fallen. Suddenly, a light appeared in the elevator and something dripped on Zhao Yi's forehead. While he was trying to understand what it was, a figure appeared behind him. Someone took the boy by the shoulder. When he turned around, he saw in front of him the terrifying, withered face of a ghost woman with long hair and empty pupils. The ghost growled that she was as scary as death. Zhao Yi was completely calm and looked at the ghost with an indifferent expression on his face. The very ghost of a woman was also frozen by such an emotionless boy. Suddenly, a creepy smile appeared on Zhao Yi's face and he asked the ghost if she was Elder Liu's daughter. The comments also noted a very strange reaction of the boy, that he did not pretend to be scared or confused at all. The ghost growled that she was Liu Shu asked if he had come to help her take revenge. Zhao Yi said no. He told the ghost that her father wanted to give her a special gift. Zhao Yi explained that what her father left her was like a title deed, so he had to personally give it to her. Liu's ghost Chu was very surprised. She questioned whether her father had really left her the title deed. Zhao Yi handed her the document. Taking the document, Liu Shu couldn't believe that her dad still left it for her. The boy thought to himself that it was almost like that. Zhao Yi smiled and asked the ghost to tell him about himself first. He asked if she had died in an accident. Then why should she take revenge? Liu Shu turned her face away from the boy and said that everyone thinks it was an accident. But it wasn't. It wasn't an accident at all. She turned sharply and with a terrifying face, an open, empty black mouth and tears in her eyes, cried out that it was the director. The director killed her, that he pushed her off the roof. The ghost asked to help her kill the director. She asked to bring her the director's head and then she would reward the boy handsomely. Zhao Yi noted that the system was not giving him any clues, which meant that it was lying. Smiling, the boy thought that there was no such thing as a reward, but it didn't matter anymore. Then he asked the ghost what weaknesses the director had. Liu Shu replied that he was the strongest ghost here, but he was also the weakest of them all. Unlike other ghosts, the director does not know that he is already dead. And if Zhao Yi manages to convince the director that he is dead, then his obsession will disappear and his power will disappear with it. Zhao Yi said that he understood everything. He gave the documents to Ghost Liu Shu, said that he would find a way to help her take revenge on the director. After handing over the documents, the boy left the elevator. Liu's ghost Shu took the envelope containing the documents and asked why the package of papers was so thin. Whistling, Zhao Yi walked away from the elevator, twirling the check ring on his finger. And then a powerful explosion sounded behind him. The elevator, together with the ghost, flew into pieces. The audience was shocked. In the comments, they asked if this is normal at all. A ghost with a severed head flew into the corridor. In the comments, they asked where the guy got the grenade, because he was a psychiatrist. Someone gave him the highest marks for exorcism techniques. A man who watched the game live wrote in the comments that it was very cool. After all, a real estate document is an obsessive idea of a ghost. Zhao Yi took advantage of this and weakened the vigilance of the evil one. In the end, all the players who encounter the ghosts immediately want to run away, but who knew that there will be someone who attacks the ghost first. So Zhao Yi took advantage of a loophole in the system. Most often, physical influence has little effect on ghosts. But Zhao Yi is a novice, and the dungeon is a real hell. To protect the player, the system reduces the physical resistance of ghosts, which is why the grenade was able to deal such serious damage. The man also noted that the performance of this skill is quite impressive. He thought it might be worth making an exception and taking him into the guild. A ghost's head is torn off. Liu Shu fell at Zhao Yi's feet. She snarled. How dare he resist her? To which Zhao Yi calmly took her head by the hair and tossed it as far as possible, saying that her head bounces so funny. Then he shook his hands, noting that his head was quite sticky. Zhao Yi took out a scalpel. Immediately, a system message appeared, which said that the weapon, rusty scalpel, quality, excellent. In the description, the scabbard is the weapon of his soul, but the feature was unknown due to a data error. Ghosthead was indignant at how he could do this to her. Zhao Yi raised his head by his hair again. She began to beg him not to kill her. A guy with a crazy smile on his face and a creepy voice said that his scalpel is very fast, so it won't hurt her. The ghost prayed, but in a second, blood splattered across the corridor. Then the game message appeared again, that his rusty scalpel was smeared with ghost blood, that something had awakened, that the weapons of his soul had improved, and the number of his weapons had increased. The boy raised his head. He was very pleased with himself when he saw his upgraded stats in the game menu. It said his name was Zhao Yi, level 1, experience 0 out of 25. Features, none, weapon, grenade 2 PCs, health, 10 out of 10, strength 5, mental spirit, 101, temper, 0, alias missing, and soul weapon is a bloody scalpel. Suddenly, Zhao Yi heard something behind him. Something was approaching him. The boy turned around and saw another terrifying ghost, who was without one arm, with peeling skin, with ribs protruding, and a distorted face. Zhao Yi stood up, holding Lu's head by the hair in his hands, Shu. Seeing this head, the ghost hesitated for a moment. Then he looked at the boy. Zhao Yi's eyes were incredibly crazy. He asked in a terrifying voice if there was anything he could do to help him. And the ghost turned on its heels, thinking that this guy was very scary and that he had better run away as far as possible. A message about the number of viewers appeared on the game screen. At first it was 101, and after a few seconds, this number increased to 63524 viewers. Then comments began to appear that this newcomer is quite cruel, that he was able to scare a ghost, that he does not look like a psychiatrist, that the guys from the guild are sending newcomers to the live broadcast in order to take the hottest ones for themselves in the future. Zhao Yi looked after the fleeing ghost and threw out Lu's head Shu. He thought that when the power increases to 5, it's damn nice. Smiling eerily, the boy added about himself that it was also very inspiring. Zhao Yi then went to the first floor in search of the keycard. His next goal was in the security room. Entering the security room, the boy saw 3 bloodied corpses of guards. He thought he needed to write a message to let the administration know they were dead. And I also thought that there should be video surveillance and possibly a printer in the security room. Zhao Yi also noted that there was something else. A broadcast of a boy being beheaded by guards appeared on the security monitor. Then he grabbed a vase of flowers and placed the heads of the guards on the shelf and decorated them with flowers. Watching this creepy scene, a man who was closely watching the broadcast asked in the comments how many people were mentally ill. He also typed that in the rookie version, the ghost's power is often very limited and they often pretend to be dead in order to stealthily attack players. Therefore, although the situation was strange, the boy was not too worried. While Zhao Yi was washing his hands, the man continued to write that this guy was really a novice who had never participated in such games before, and that in such an unpleasant situation, he calmly washes his hands. When Zhao Yi sat down at the printer, the comments began to wonder what he was doing and whether he was going to look for the keycard. Zhao Yi slipped the paper into his pocket. Spectators were interested in what he printed there and when he would start looking for the keycard. The guy was about to leave when he suddenly stopped, as if he remembered something. And then he turned around sharply and with all his might plunged the scalpel into one of the severed heads lying on the shelf. All viewers who watched it on their screens were petrified with surprise and horror. After making holes in each head, Zhao Yi inserted flowers into them and said that now he did not forget anything. And he added that otherwise he would not last long at such a pace. There was silence in the comments. The audience did not understand what was happening. Someone praised the boy for the idea of making pots out of heads. Zhao Yi walked out of the guard room. He thought that, judging by the map, it was possible to get to the dormitory through this corridor. The boy stopped and began to look into the dark fog that began to gather in the corridor. In the chat, they wrote that this is the corridor of the Phantom Mist, that the player's mental strength decreases here, so Zhao Yi will not be overflowing here. It was also noted that Plaxa is imprisoned there and there is an additional quest. Others wrote that more than one ghost lives here and each room has its own evil spirit, so it is almost impossible for newcomers to survive in this corridor. Zhao Yi was calm. The system gave him the information that this is a fog corridor. It is necessary to act according to the situation. The note stated that this space causes fear in players, therefore reducing their mental strength. Without hesitation, the boy went forward and entered this thick, dark, ghostly fog. Walking along the corridor, the boy closed his eyes and began to listen to the voices coming from the rooms. He heard that he was as vile as they, that his life was worthless, that he would surely die in this game. For ordinary people, this dirty whisper and these terrible words were a disaster, and Zhao Yi had nothing to do with them. Earlier, he heard this endless whisper in his direction almost every day. From the moment of waking up to a second before going to sleep, he had no peace. These voices were much louder than the whispers from his past. Each of them was imbued with a very strong anger. So here, for Zhao Yi, this game is like a homecoming. Such a return which cannot be compared with anything else. After walking further down the corridor, information about the activation of an additional task was revealed to Zhao Yi, in which he had to help Plaxi fulfill her wish. The boy turned his head and noted that the sounds were coming from that direction. Returning through the corridor, he went in the direction of the sounds and, holding a scalpel at the ready, approached Ward 1007. Zhao Yi took hold of the door handle and noted that it was not locked. There were messages in the chat that as soon as the boy opened the door, he would meet his death. Zhao Yi let go of the handle and took a few steps back from the door. Spectators wrote in the comments that they did not understand the guy and made assumptions that he must have been scared. A clue flashed to the boy, which said that the door looked dangerous, and in a note that it could collapse at any second. Zhao Yi took out the scalpel. The boy read the hint and looked at the door with interest. About himself, he noted that there is nothing to think about. Zhao Yi swung and thrust the scalpel into the door in haste. At the same moment, blood splattered in different directions. The guy will pull out a bloody scalpel, and only then took hold of the door handle again. In the comments, they wrote whether this newcomer is not too strong. Some began to worry about the director, some began to be wary of this newcomer because he was probably a psycho. After making a few more cuts on the door, a new message dawned on the boy that he had destroyed the obstacle, the door, and that his spirit weapon had improved. Zhao Yi looked at his scalpel and thought that there was no obvious change, which meant that the improvement was weak. But, in any case, it was better than nothing. The boy looked at the pool of blood that had flowed out of the door. The message about the door stated that there were no changes. Zhao Yi then grabbed the door handle and finally opened it. Behind the door, at the far end of the ward, the boy saw a little girl huddled in a corner, crying and trembling. It was Plaxa's ghost, which had a medium level of danger. Zhao Yi walked over to her with a bloody scalpel in his hands. The ghost of the girl looked up and said that she had seen with her own eyes how he had just kicked down the door. Continuing to cry, the ghost begged her not to be killed. Suddenly, she began to scream and thereby form a dome around her from a clot of energy, which attacked opponents in waves. They wrote in the chat that this is the attack that Plaxa is most proud of. Zhao Yi calmly watched what was happening. Someone commented that the rookie's mental strength was still at 101 and wondered why he hadn't been hurt yet. The boy began to approach the ghost girl. In the comments, they wrote whether he was going to kill Plaxa directly because she could have attacked him in another way. Suddenly, Zhao Yi knelt down next to the ghost and stroked its head. The girl instantly calmed down and her attack subsided. In the comments, everyone was amazed. No one thought that such a guy had a soft side. While holding a glass of wine, the woman took a sip and noted that Zhao Yi was on the right track. She was wearing a long black dress and had golden hair. The woman sitting at the bar explained that first you need to detain the ghosts, then appease them in order to establish a trusting relationship with them. That it is very important to understand when performing secret tasks. The men present in the bar looked at her and were delighted and shouted that it was the goddess Hunyin herself. They rushed to her with requests to give an autograph and offered her either jewelry or invited to drink together. The woman looked at them with a haughty expression and told them to get away. The men were not offended by this. On the contrary, they were satisfied that the goddess herself had made them angry. Han Yang emphasized that this year's newcomers are very interesting. She was seeing one fat guy from the novice group who said on air that the guy had completed the quest in just 46 minutes, setting a record that no one had been able to break for 3 years. She thought to herself that this newcomer's name was Zhao Yi. She was interested in him because he was not so simple. Continuing to watch what was happening in the game on the screen, she also became interested in how the boy would show himself in this secret task. At this time, Zhao Yi sat next to the ghostly girl and stroked her head. With tears in her eyes, the girl asked if he would kill her. She said that she had been here for so many years, and finally someone came to help her. When the girl changed her position and sat on her knees in front of him, the boy took out a scalpel and kept it ready behind his back. She began to tell that when her mother was seriously ill, the doctors in this hospital promised to save her, but it cost them a lot of money. Holding the scalpel behind her back and continuing to stroke the girl's head, Zhao Yi noted that the girl had changed her posture to one that was best suited for the blow. The ghost continued to say that their family was getting poorer every day, and Zhao Yi thought that this position was the best for a scalpel strike right now. And the boy swung at the ghost girl, who did not suspect anything. She barely had time to raise her eyes to him when suddenly something flashed near her neck. For a second, nothing happened, and the next moment, blood flew in all directions. With tears in her eyes, the girl looked at the boy and tried to ask why. And Zhao Yi silently began to strike her with a scalpel a few more times. As the ghost's body fell at the boy's feet, he straightened up and said with a smile that it was safe here now. In the chat, they wrote about their surprise, how a newcomer was going through a secret mission, that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. As he got to his feet, Zhao Yi thought that Plaxa was a mid-danger ghost, so she might still have the ability and strength to kill him. And in order to ensure his safety, the ghost girl had to be killed immediately. Next, the boy approached the table, on which lay a thick notebook, for Zhao Yi that he had killed Plaxa and his soul weapon had been upgraded. He also received a new inventory. This is Plaxa's diary. Unfolding it, the boy read some notes. In the reserves, the girl described that her mother was constantly getting worse and she decided to get a job in order to collect money for her mother's surgery as soon as possible. The girl got a job in various part-time jobs, but there was still not enough money. She noted that it was constantly raining in the city, there were fewer and fewer people, and, accordingly, there was less and less work for her. And so, one day, the streets of the city were emptied. The girl could not understand where everyone had gone. After closing the diary, Zhao Yi first thought that there was no useful information there. And then he realized that there is one interesting record. This is a record of the girl's mother's surgery. Zhao Yi left the ward and continued down the corridor. In the comments, they asked why the boy went to the other side because there were ordinary wards, not the director's office. While he was examining various information boards near each ward in the corridor, viewers wrote in the comments that they did not understand what he was doing there. The man who had been closely following Zhao Yi's actions on the monitor realized that he was sifting through options. After all, Plaxa mentioned her seriously ill mother so many times that it became obvious that the secret task was related to her. The man wrote in the comments that once Zhao Yi found Plaxa's mother, he would be able to complete the secret task. The boy himself at that time was already standing in front of the door he needed. While Zhao Yi was standing in front of the door, the comments stated that the boy was at the register to find out which wards the women were in order to narrow down the search and save time. Opening the door to the ward, Zhao Yi saw a woman on the bed. They wrote in the chat that this is probably Plaxa's mother, that the novice now needs to interact with the target and find out useful information from it and complete a secret task. The guy entered the ward and greeted the woman. He asked if she was A Xiao's mother. In a weak and eerie voice, the woman faintly answered that she was indeed a Xiao's mother and asked what he needed. For Zhao Yi, that this woman had a medium level of danger. Smiling, the boy said that he was very glad to have found her. He asked if her husband, or maybe one of the relatives, is in this hospital. The woman said no. The hair on her head began to grow and stand up. She growled that he had finally found her. Looking at the boy, the ghost saw that he was standing on the threshold of the ward. She asked what he was up to, and the ghost's hair flew towards the boy to attack him. Zhao Yi stood calmly and replied that he had planned something so that he would not have to run away from her. He put his hand in his pocket. The next moment, the guy, saying that he doesn't really like running, threw a ghost grenade in the direction of the woman. The apparition was puzzled when he caught what the boy had blurted out on the machine. And Zhao Yi said goodbye and left the room. After the boy closed the door behind him, a powerful explosion rang out. All the spectators watching Zhao Yi's actions were once again shocked and puzzled. After all, they could not have foreseen such a scenario. After waiting around the corner for the flames to die down, the boy returned to Plaxa's mother's room. Only ashes remained from her. The chat was flooded with questions. Wasn't the newcomer supposed to just get information about the ghost woman and complete a secret task? Other viewers wondered why he was asking about other members of the ghost's family. The man watching the boy said that this newcomer is too scary. In order to prevent the members of Plaxa's family from taking revenge for her, the boy planned to kill even her entire family. The man wondered if this guy was really a doctor or a psychopath after all. Satisfied with himself, Zhao Yi walked down the corridor and stretched, saying that he could finally, with a calm mind, go in search of the director's office. As the boy climbed the stairs, all the ghosts he met kept as far away from him as possible, huddled in a corner and trembled. Walking further through the hospital, Zhao Yi finally came across the director's office. In the broken window of the office door, he noticed the outline of the man inside. Taking a closer look, Zhao Yi saw that the director of the hospital had hanged himself in his own office and was still there in that state. The ghost made eerie and scary sounds. The boy received warning messages that he was the director of the hospital and that he was extremely dangerous. The note said that the boy would not be able to stand up to him in a one-on-one match. Zhao Yi thought about the fact that he would not be able to resist the ghost. Then an idea came to the boy's head, and that this is the only option he has. Next, Zhao Yi took out a piece of paper from his pocket that he had printed on the printer in the guard room. The guy started writing something on the letter. Spectators watched him with interest and asked in the chat, what was this newcomer doing? Whether he wrote something or, on the contrary, drew. When Zhao Yi finished, he took a piece of duct tape and stuck the leaf on his forehead. In this form, he opened the door to the director's office with his foot and entered the middle. The boy stood still for a few seconds, and then the headmaster's ghost suddenly turned and reached for the boy. Zhao Yi did not expect this, but the headmaster's ghost quickly and strongly grabbed his neck. The director pressed the boy against the wall. In the comments, they began to write that this boss strikes too quickly, and some wrote that Zhao Yi had no chance against him. The headmaster's ghost opened its abnormally huge mouth with huge teeth, in which there was a thick tongue with small teeth. Someone in the comments wrote that, judging by this, now the newbie will be left without a head. Zhao Yi smiled. The ghost of the director, noticing this, was surprised and stopped for a moment. The boy pointed to a piece of paper that was stuck to his forehead. There was an article with a photo of a hanged director, and the words that a terrible thing happened in the hospital on March 6th were circled in red. All patients died, none survived. After reading this, the headmaster's ghost growled that the corpse in the photo was very similar to him. He relaxed his fingers around the boy's neck. The director began to repeat incessantly that he was dead, and his strength began to gradually weaken. Zhao Yi removed the leaf from his forehead.
Then the ghost shouted that it was impossible and again grabbed the boy by the throat.
But Zhao Yi was already prepared for such a thing. He took out his scalpel and, twisting it, struck the ghost's head with all his might. The headmaster's ghost screamed wildly and jumped away from the boy. While Zhao Yi was catching his breath, new system messages appeared for him that he had killed the hospital director. His spirit weapon was upgraded, and his inventory capacity was also increased. The boy was also pleased with his new characteristics, where his strength had changed. It increased to a mark of 8. In the chat, viewers wrote that they were amazed at how the boy guessed to use the newspaper and how easily he killed the boss. There were also updates to the soul weapon, the bloody scalpel, which has a different quality. That weapon woke up feeling the hatred of the ghost, as a result was endowed with the power of chaos. Note, chaos power increases resistance and evasion. She also deals more damage to other enemies. The boy thought that the power of chaos must have been some advanced level of soul weapon. Next, Zhao Yi took out his scalpel from the director's head. The boy began searching the desk drawers in the director's office. He thought that according to the entries in Plax's diary, this city had once been taken over by mysterious forces, that this director was very influential and there should be other records about him. Zhao Yi finally found the bloody envelope and began to read its contents. The boy was wondering who invaded this city. The note said that someone named Lao Chen went around the city looking for the city guard. The city was no longer safe. That in the morning, when the sun rose, someone had to run to the gate of Shunan City. People with a car will be waiting for him there, who will take him to the shelter. And a note for anyone reading this message to let go of their fears and start taking action. Zhao Yi realized that the person who sent this letter was not from this city. It became obvious that the people of Shunan City knew that something was going on here, and it exceeded their expectations. And the man, Lao Chen, is the director of the hospital. Having decided that there is no other information here, the boy left the director's office. Zhao Yi walked out of the hospital and into the courtyard. The sun had already begun to set, and a huge flock of crows was circling and screeching around the building. The boy was walking through the territory of the hospital, which was surrounded by a mesh fence. There were ghosts all around. The guy stopped. He felt sick. He turned his attention to one of the ghosts standing with his back to him. The ghost was naked and very thin. Suddenly, a system message appeared, warning that this apparition was extremely dangerous, and a note said that this creature must not be let out of sight, or something terrible would happen. Zhao Yi accepted the battle stance and took out the scalpel. He suspected that there might be another secret boss here. The boy kept his eyes on the ghost. He quietly began to tiptoe away from the dangerous creature. Zhao Yi noticed a crack in the fence and began sneaking up on it with his back to it. When the boy was almost on target, the monster turned sharply towards him. She had inhuman features, red burning eyes, and growled. Zhao Yi slowly moved back a little further until he rested against a wicket in the fence. It had an electronic lock, and the guy inserted a key card. Opening the door behind him, the boy looked at the monster for a few more seconds, then slowly walked out with his back to the hospital. Zhao Yi was on the alert and held the scalpel in case of a ghost attack while the door was ajar. The guy noted that no new clues appeared, so it was definitely not another secret boss. Next, Zhao Yi heard a system message that the dungeon had been successfully cleared and now he could begin teleporting. The boy saw how small blue pixels began to appear around him. He closed his eyes and a pleasant blue light illuminated him. He teleported. The gate of the fence remained ajar in front of the ghost. The creature watched as the boy began to disappear. And when there was no trace of Zhao Yi, the monster flew into a terrible rage and roared loudly. During the teleportation, messages began to appear to the boy, congratulating him on the successful completion of the main task, escape from the Hospital of Giant Elephants, Liu's last wish, and the additional task, Weeping Wishes. The indicators of the game were highlighted: the passage of the story, the exploration of locations, the reward for killing the boss. Experience reward for killing the hospital owner. Among the items received is a document on the property of Elder Lu, as well as the novice's receipt of the title Ghost's Sorrow, which was unique. In the comments, enthusiastic reviews were written about how a newcomer was able to enter the top at the level of Hell difficulty. The system welcomed Zhao Yi to the safe area of the night camp. The boy's characteristics have also been updated. Name, Zhao Yi, already level 2, experience 0 out of 50. Inventory, Grenade and Elder Lu's document, Life, 15 out of 15. Strength, 8. Mental spirit, 101. Luck, 0. Nickname, Sorrow is a ghost. The weapon of the soul is a bloody scalpel. The system notified viewers that each rookie's game was being streamed online and that they could see all the players in a safe area. Looking around, Zhao Yi thought that he was still in the game. And the safe zone in the usual sense is not a real place for players to rest, but a virtual playground. The system informed that here, players can sell their inventory, exchange experience, or transfer experience of the mastered territory of each game. Looking around, Zhao Yi noted that there was no one to chat with for now and opened the game menu. There were 2 functions to choose from: to choose the guild he wanted to join or to create his own guild. The guy thought about choosing a guild, but first decided that it was necessary to familiarize himself with all the main guilds and chose a list of guilds. He saw a menu with a list of guilds that invited him to join them, such as Get Rich Together Guild, Five Tigers, Ji Hong, Hornblowers, Teng Wang, and many others. A player passing by Zhao Yi saw the menu and looked at the offers. He was amazed at how many powerful guilds were inviting Zhao Yi to join them. Zhao Yi asked if it was really that cool. The stranger replied that it was really cool because such large guilds hardly accept newcomers, and here they invited him themselves. If Zhao Yi joins one of these guilds, he will be able to obtain huge resources and speed up the completion of important tasks, as well as increase his survival in the game. And then the stranger came closer to Zhao Yi and asked if he could take him with him. Zhao Yi apologized and said that he was not interested in any of these guilds. Then the guy opened the inventory menu. He thought about the fact that in order to increase the points, it is necessary to conduct an instruction. After reviewing the weapons and inventory available to him, Zhao Yi noted that if he wanted to buy the items he needed, he would have to go through a few additional tasks. Then the boy selected from the menu with the leaderboards of players and guilds, which highlighted the ranking of newcomers. Among them, Zhao Yi was in first place with the status of Boarder as of today, An Lin was in second, and Mok Wen Wen was in third place. In the ranking of maniacs, there was only the guild Those Who Blow the Horn with President Shui Daozi. The guy noticed that there was no one here yet. Then he decided to look at another menu, and after choosing to learn more about guilds, the following information came to him. That after entering the game, a person can no longer return to the original world. She will be thrown to the outskirts of a new invented world, and her task will begin there. There are many dangers, wasteland, desolation, and no sunlight at all. Players have to fight against various difficulties, build houses, conquer territories, save resources. The best way to survive is to join a powerful guild and work with comrades in the same team. After reading this, the boy realized that it doesn't matter to him which guild to join. They all have the same manner. Xian City was on it, Jen. Smiling, the boy thought that this was exactly the city that was mentioned in the note to the director of the hospital. Among all the guilds, Zhao Yi chose one called Scumbag Guild. He immediately received a message that they were a useless guild and that they had few resources. To which the boy replied that he was very interested in the city of Zhuanzhen. Somewhere in the chaotic border, where there is no safe zone, in an abandoned building, a message from Zhao Yi appeared on the screen of the Junk Guild. A woman who saw this message commented that it was very interesting. Does this year's #1 newcomer really want to join their guild? Her fellow guildmates noted that this was good news, but didn't he receive invitations from the most powerful guilds? One of the guild members, wearing an outfit with yin and yang symbols, held a gold coin in his hands and said that this year's newcomers were so bad that they couldn't take the first place in the ranking and join the ranks of the best. The woman reported that this newbie had won the S+ reward at the Giant Elephant Hospital on Hell difficulty and asked what her colleague's response would be. The man thought. He wondered why such a boy had chosen their guild. The woman explained that the boy was interested in the city of Xuanzhen. Then she turned to the other man and, calling him uncle, asked what was his opinion. Another man, closing the book he was reading, said that it seemed to him that the city of Xuanzhen is related to their main task. He noted that they do not perform the main tasks of the game every day, but only know how to fight and kill. Therefore, after so many years, the status of the guild did not change, and the newcomers did not choose them. The woman laughed and asked, Didn't he teach them that? What if the upper beam is not straight and the lower one is not crooked? This does not mean that you need to throw a stone in their garden. Then, Uncle said that the boy should be accepted into the team because newcomers do not often want to join their guild. Also, the man noted that he remembers what he taught them and asked not to intimidate the newcomer. The woman, looking at the screen, licked herself fiercely and replied that everything was clear. The game system issued a message that Zhao Yi had joined the Forsaken Guild. Presidents of other guilds began to write in the chat that the boy had made the wrong choice, that he was going to fail. And some did not understand at all why he chose such a weak guild, for which the passage to the ruined city is not even open. At the same time, chaos in the abandoned city. The man who had been watching Zhao Yi closely all this time remarked that he had joined the Scum Guild, that this newbie was really unusual. This man turned out to be the vice president of one of the guilds. He was told that someone had dug up information about Zhao Yi's original world. Man looked at the documents and asked the girl who brought them if the boy was known in the industry. She answered yes. He cured nearly 1,000 patients with serious mental illnesses, and he cured them without any consequences. No matter what state the patient was in, depressed, violent, or severely mind-twisted, whatever passed through his hands could always be healed. But the girl noted that all patients who were treated by this guy completely forgot about this process, and also all their memories somehow related to him disappeared in a mysterious way. For this reason, no one in the industry calls him by his name, everyone calls him by his nickname, the Angel of Oblivion. The man was surprised that this was the Angel of Oblivion. He closed the file and ordered the girl to call the demon Ba to him. The girl got nervous and reminded the vice president that Ba had killed all the players in the last task. Due to the fact that the kill value is too high now, the system has locked him in the field of death, so he will only be able to join the team in 3 days. The man turned and looked at the calendar on the table. He said he still had time, so he would wait for his return. At this time, on the chaotic border, where there is no safe zone, a woman, a representative of the Forsaken Guild, greeted her new fellow guild member, Zhao Yi. It was raining, and the guy, holding an umbrella, asked the woman if this territory really belonged to the Guild of Scammers. The woman asked why he was interested and whether they looked like scum. The woman then introduced herself to the boy that her name was Liu Zhaoqing and that she was the auditor of the guild. The woman said he could just call her Miss Liu. Winking at the boy, she told him to follow her and added that her sister would take him to meet the scum of the guild. And they entered an abandoned high-rise building. After passing through the corridors, Miss Liu opened the door and entered the room. There were several people inside. The woman began to introduce them. The man with the black glasses is the guild president, and Zhao Yi can call him uncle. Another beauty with a cold look is Meng Zhao, their vice president. Miss Liu warned the boy not to engage in dialogue with her again, that she would not speak to him in any case. And as for that seer elder, that is Zhang Xiao, and he just loves playing tricks on people, so the guy has to be careful not to fall for his tricks. The old man angrily shouted at Miss Liu that he first of all studies astronomy, then geography, and that he makes timetables for free, or does she still consider him a charlatan? He stood between the woman and Zhao Yi and told the boy not to listen to this nonsense. Zheng Xiao invited the boy to follow him as he had prepared a room for him. The old man explained that usually they all live on the 7th floor, but the newbies live from 1 to 3. The boy's room number is 404. Zhang Xiao said that he specially made a schedule and the stars told him that this particular number should bring good luck to the boy. Zhao Yi thanked him for this. The old man said with a smile that there is nothing to do because they are a family, that people like him are 1 in a million and everyone thinks very highly of him. Liu Zhaoqing told the old man to stop lying to the boy. Yi informed that she would take Zhao Yi to the dormitory herself. Leading the boy into the room, Miss Liu explained that once he tied himself to the room, it would immediately become his safe zone. No one else can enter it until they receive an invitation from Zhao Yi. The Zhao Yi leaned towards the peephole in the door which read his face. The lock was unlocked and the door to the room opened. Inside it was neat and clean. There was a bed in the middle. A system message appeared that the collection of information about the owner has been completed. Miss Liu said the bathroom and hot water are available 24 hours a day. Food and water have to be taken at an abandoned railway station 2 kilometers from here. She winked. Zhao Yi said that he hoped it was not a problem. Liu Zhouqing said that in order to enter here, he needed to be at least level 3. And so, while he doesn't have enough levels, she, as his sister, can give him a few firsts. Zhao Yi thanked her for this. She smiled and said that you're welcome. Then she added that he should come to the dining room in the evening, where the nurse will tell the beginners about the game in the infernal difficulty mode. Miss Liu also warned him not to go anywhere far from the building because it was dangerous there. In the evening, in the dining room, at a small table, newbies gathered and discussed what they should be told about the infernal difficulty mode. Someone was wondering how things are going in this guild. It was also said that no one expected so many newbies to join such a lousy guild, and that it was quite surprising. Zhao Yi was sitting in a robe behind them on the sofa, sipping a drink. Other members of the guild appeared. They also went to different places. The president addressed them with the words that once everyone has gathered, he will begin. First, the man introduced himself, saying that he was the president of the Trash Guild and that everyone could call him Uncle. The world they are in now is a world of chaotic laws called chaos. It is very dangerous in this world. Only the building of their guild is completely safe, so he asked the newcomers not to go outside it. Players who find themselves in the game of Hell difficulty need to complete 2 tasks. The first is a dungeon quest, and the other is a main quest. Quests in the dungeon must be completed once a month, maximum 2. The president noted that all of them will likely be matched with other players playing in their dungeon. Therefore, killing for money is commonplace. After adjusting his glasses, the uncle told them not to trust anyone with a serious expression on his face. In addition, once they enter the dungeon, their game will be broadcast live. Therefore, they need to perform as well as possible to attract the attention of more viewers who will become their fans in the future. At the end of the live broadcast, viewing their game and the gifts of the audience will be converted into additional points. It won't do much for them, but it's enough to get some big guilds to pay attention to them, so they can then escape from this ship more easily. One of the newcomers was surprised and clarified that the president was talking about how it would be more convenient for them to jump from ship to ship. What doesn't bother them at all is whether the new people from the guild will leave them or not. And the uncle continued to tell that in relation to the main tasks, it is still easier there. That the task is presented in their system, so if they are interested, they can choose it, and if not, then the guild will not force them to do it. The president then asked if the newcomers had any questions. Indeed, almost everyone had them. Everyone raised their hand and tried to ask something. The uncle looked at them and, adjusting his glasses, said that since they had no questions, their meeting was declared closed. He silently left the room together with the vice president and the old soothsayer. The newcomers, being perplexed, remained standing with raised hands. Coming to their senses, the newbies began to discuss how the guild president could be so irresponsible. They feel like they are on a pirate ship. Someone argued that someone himself applied to this guild, so you shouldn't blame others. Zhao Yi sat on the couch and calmly watched what was happening. He thought that essentially everything about the game was available on the system. Therefore, it does not matter whether they talk about it or not. The guy also noted that the jerks in this guild are too open and don't even pretend. And also thought about the fact that the main task of the guild has not moved from a dead point. It's been 2 years since the guild was founded, and they're still stuck on a task called the guide task. Zhao Yi thought that it was even better that way. That way he could watch the plot unfold from the beginning and find out what really happened in Juan City. Yes. The boy opened the game menu and read the main task, guide task. The goal was to collect food and water at the station. Recommended level 1-3. Quest reward, 2 free talent rewards. The description stated that at one point the player suddenly wakes up and finds himself in a terrible world of eternal night. The goal is to get out of trouble and leave this dangerous place, but before that, you need to find everything you need to survive. Looking at the map, the boy noted that the abandoned train station was only 2 kilometers from their headquarters. After changing his clothes, Zhao Yi looked carefully at the map again. He noted that the stretch of road was not that long, but 80% of the station was plunged into darkness, which meant that this area was not relevant to the task, and perhaps the danger there will exceed levels 1 to 3. Closing the map, the boy decided that in this case he could not go there now. One way or another, there is still some food in the guild's warehouse, which will last for a while. Zhao Yi decided that the most important thing now is to raise his level and earn points, and only then visit the store to exchange the points for the necessary inventory. Zhao Yi selected the dungeon quest from the menu. The system selected a task for him, and after a few seconds gave him a task called Scary School. 3 more players from the guild took part in the task. The main task was to survive for 7 days in a terrible school. An additional task is to destroy the curse of a terrible school. Reward: 75 experience points. Side quest reward: Dead Doll. The difficulty is hellish. Introduction. The player enters the famous Stonehill High School, but after staying there for a while, he realizes that something is wrong with it. The broadcast of the game with the task of Scary School began live. A beautiful girl with 2 tied ponytails appeared on the screen. In the chat, the guys commented with delight on the girl's beauty and wanted to join her on the task. They wrote that before she was ordinary, but when she understood how to use her head, she changed a lot. The girl received a message that indicated the difficulty of the dungeon. Seeing the level of difficulty, hellish, the girl felt sick. In the comments, they wrote that she was unlucky. This was her 4th dungeon and the first time she had encountered this level of difficulty. The girl grabbed her head. She thought about the fact that her last quest in the dungeon was on normal difficulty and it still almost got her to her death. And then, what should she do at the level of infernal complexity? Her health was 10-10 and her mental strength was 95. She reasoned that she was only level 4 and only had 25 health. That on her last task, she died 3 times and 15 points were deducted. Leaning over the desk, she began to shake. The girl kept thinking that if she died again, she would have only 5 points left, and it will be too risky to go to the next dungeon and not get kicked out of the game. Eventually, once her life gauge in the dungeon runs out, she will die forever. Here the idea came to the girl's head. She looked around to find her teammates. Maybe one of them can help her. In her classroom, there were only 3 fellow guild boys sitting at their desks that she could turn to: Zhao Yi, Zhen Tao, and Lu Bai. But they had only the 2nd and 3rd levels. The girl was disappointed. She thought it was all over for her. After all, they were all novices, even 3 levels below her. They couldn't help her in any way, so you shouldn't even count on them. She glanced at the end of the class and, looking at Zhao Yi, who looked away, remarked that someone named Zhao Yi should not be counted on. How could he even sit and count sparrows? The girl decided that it is not important. She is on her own. Paying attention to the scoreboard hanging above the blackboard, where the date and time of September 14th were indicated, the girl noted that it was lunch break. If nothing unforeseen happens, she will still have 10 minutes until the first lesson of the day. Therefore, it will be necessary to use this time to exchange information with newcomers. Gathering in the schoolyard, the girl told the other players that now they will face serious difficulties and dangers. For the next 7 days, they must work diligently together as a team to survive. Turning to the players, the girl asked what they now think about this mission. Zhen Tao, a tall guy with a forelock, said that he just joined the game, so there is no information at all. Lu Bai, who was short and wearing glasses, confirmed that they knew absolutely nothing about this task. Zhao Yi kept looking at the different classrooms through the windows of the school. He noted that the classrooms on the 1st floor were not even half full. He thought that if we assumed that there were 46 seats in the class, then the number of people in the class was no more than 23. This was a very interesting assumption and what it could lead him to. The girl turned to the boy and asked what Zhao Yi thought about it. After all, they need to discuss their actions in order to survive. The guy with the forelock thought about the fact that he had already heard this name somewhere, that it seemed familiar to him. And then he exclaimed with delight that he remembered. Leaping closer, Zhen Tao started talking about Zhao Yi, the same rookie who won the Giant Elephant Hospital quest and got the S+ level award. In the chat, They were waiting for the boy's new adventures. The girl thought that it might be him, the same maniac about whom there are rumors, that he leads the rating of top players in the level of infernal difficulty. The novices' eyes lit up and they shouted with delight to Zhao Yi, the master they were asking to help them. Zhao raised his finger and stopped them and asked them to ask one question first. Do they remember the places they sat in the classroom? The girl replied that she already remembers and asked the boy, So what? Zhao Yi remained silent. He looked again at the classrooms of the school. Then he replied that nothing, and that the class had already started, so they should go back to their class. The boy pointed out that if an accident happened today, many people in their class could die. Returning to the other players, Zhao Yi smiled slyly and emphasized that they should not forget to sit exactly in their seats and, most importantly, not to make a mistake. The newcomers felt creepy. They became quiet and stiffened. The girl turned to Jen Tao and asked if everything was okay and what happened. What made him so pale? The guy hid himself from nerves only afterwards. Jen Tao replied that he seemed to have forgotten what his place was. He asked Zhao Yi if it was really that important. Zhao Yi smiled and said that he wasn't sure if the other places here were dangerous, but their rebirth point could definitely keep them safe for a short period of time. He added that if they really don't remember their place, then let them try to remember their last save here. In the game's chat room, favourable reviews about Zhao Yi's prudence and intelligence poured in. Someone complained about the low number of views. Someone felt sorry for the guy because he got the hellish level of difficulty again. Someone had warned that this time there was no system that could weaken the ghost's power. Zhao Yi told his accomplices that the bell had already rung and they needed to go back to the office. Everyone went to their seats. Suddenly, one of the students stood up and shouted for them to sit down and stand up. The students got up, and then clues lit up in Zhao Yi's eyes. There was danger around him and the other players. She was a phantom student, from whom chaotic actions were to be expected. Zhao Yi thought that Liang Zhan were ghosts, and luckily they were all neutral units. Then the teacher came to the office and announced that today they had a math exam. After looking at her, the boy realized that she was a neutral trigger. Note that when the hunting reflex does not trigger, the ghost unit remains in a neutral position. But if the reflex does trigger, the ghost's power increases and there is a quick regeneration after killing the target. Zhao Yi wondered what a neutral trigger was. He assumed that the trigger point was precisely related to the papers in the teacher's hands. Or after all, it is related to the places of students, or maybe it doesn't matter at all. The teacher announced that she would now distribute letters with the test to everyone. The time for solving problems is 50 minutes, during which any noise in the office is prohibited. Zhao Yi noticed that the student sitting in front of him on the first desk was shaking all over for some reason. What exactly was he afraid of? The boy was watching the teacher, who was handing out test papers and also putting letters in the empty places. Zhao Yi had no ideas. Maybe this exam is just a distraction? After receiving the test letter, Zhao Yi carefully looked at the math assignment, which was filled with problems and formulas. Clicking his fingers, he noted that everything was fine and it was not a trap at all. The guy was smiling. Taking a pencil, he began to write something on a piece of paper. Zhao Yi then thought that there was some way to pass the eraser he was holding to the other players. On each side, the guy wrote the answer options: A, B, C, D. He leaned back in his chair and began tossing the eraser up. There was a commotion in the office. Students were talking among themselves. Some even took out their phones. One of the students shouted to the other what he had written in the third question and asked if others had the same questions as him. The teacher's face was distorted. She only made a remark and blurted out the name of one student, naming the seat number and the row he was sitting on, and then the same about another student. Watching her, Zhao Yi noted that the teacher was not even bothered by the chaos in the exam room. Wasn't the condition of the commotion a trigger point for the ghost? He noticed that the student sitting in front of him on the first desk began to tremble even more. Solving the test, Yang Ling decided to look at Zhao Yi. After all, he is number one in the ranking of newbies. That he is the one who can kill the first ghost he comes across, and that he can't just be lucky. She took a closer look at what the boy was doing. Yang Ling was shocked to see Zhao Yi just sitting in his seat and playing with the eraser. The girl said in her voice that the questions on the test were not easy to solve, and he just threw an eraser to choose the right option. Here the ghost of the teacher, with an angry expression on her face, slammed on the girl's desk and broke through so that she would not turn around. Suddenly, there was silence in the classroom. Zhao Yi began to say loudly that the multiple choice questions were completed immediately and the fill-in-the-blank questions. And the boy began to count what was there on his fingers. The teacher's face was transformed into an ugly and frightening peak with a huge mouth, sunken nose, and rolled eyes. The ghost took out a bloody axe from under the desk. With the words that the children should allow her to see which of them will be punished today, she began to walk down the rows. The ghost approached Jen Tao with an axe. He was shaking with fear. The boy understood that the ghost was standing behind him and brought an axe over him. He kept thinking about whether he was really sitting in his place. After all, he sat down where he remembered how all the objects lay, how he left them. The boy began to pray for himself so that he would not be killed. Jen Tao's mental strength began to decline. It was also commented in the chat that the guy's mental strength started to decrease, and if it dropped even lower, then he, most likely, would not survive the first day. Ling's mental strength also began to decline from fear. The girl continued to fill out the form from the test, and in the comments, viewers were worried about her. Zhao Yi's mental strength remained unchanged at 100+1. The audience was amazed at his resilience and stability. Someone from the audience drew attention to the test that the boy filled out and reported that none of the answers were filled in correctly. When the Axe Ghost teacher started walking past Jen Tao, his mental strength was already at level 49. He continued to tremble in fear, and when she passed by, the boy finally breathed a sigh of relief and plopped down on the desk. Zhao Yi from behind. She looked at his test, and Zhao Yi, turning to face her, only smiled a sweet and joyful smile. The boy received a hint with the important advice that the teacher has a neutral trigger. The guy thought about making such a mess, and she still didn't react once. It was as if poor exam discipline did not awaken her to murder. It seemed that even if the ghost teacher really wanted to kill someone, she wouldn't be able to do it until someone activates a conditional reason to kill him. A female ghost was believed to be the safest ghost that could be in this class. But security now does not necessarily mean security in the future. Zhao Yi took out his scalpel just in case. The boy continued to look intently at the ghost. The teacher leaned over to him with a question. What was he staring at? She growled that there was an exam going on, so he should hurry up to answer all the questions. Zhao Yi carefully placed the scalpel under the desk. He wasn't sure exactly that he could kill her now, so the others should be patient. And the ghost of the teacher, leaning towards him with a distorted face and opening her mouth with a long slippery tongue, again asked what he was staring at. Maybe she has something on her face? Zhao Yi, with a calm expression on his face, replied to the teacher that by no means. And in general, he thinks that she is just beautiful. And he added that he had just met a ghost woman who crashed to death, that her face was completely rotten, therefore left a great trauma on his young heart. Suddenly, the ghost's face returned to normal and became human. She was confused and asked if he really thought that the teacher was beautiful. The next moment, her face contorted again. Grabbing Zhao Yi by the head, she told the boy not to brainwash her and that there was an exam now, so he should hurry up and solve all the problems. Zhao Yi thought that the teacher's hands were a little cold. Suddenly, a student who was sitting in front and shaking like a leaf began to mumble loudly so that he would not be killed. The ghost turned his attention to him. The teacher came closer to the boy, looked at him and swung her axe. Seeing this, the student fell on his knees in front of her and began to ask the teacher to give him another chance. He started to promise that next time he wouldn't do it, but then the axe flew across his neck. Blood spattered across the walls of the classroom, and the student's head, with open eyes, rolled to Zhao Yi's feet. The boy looked at her and remained calm and just kept silent. Then he turned a little in his chair and, without getting up, hit his head like a ball off his table. The head successfully landed directly on Jin Tao's desk. His eyes bulged out of his forehead from horror. The next moment, unable to bear such a shock, Jen Tao vomited and simply lost consciousness, and fell on the desk next to his severed head. In the chat, they immediately wrote about how they felt sorry for Gentao, that, thanks to him losing consciousness, his mental power stopped falling. Otherwise, he would have just died and immediately turned into a dungeon monster. The teacher's ghost, holding an axe in her hands, turned back to Zhao Yi with a distorted face. The boy, with a carefree expression on his face and a smile, handed the monster an exam paper saying that he had already finished his work. The ghost took the letter. After looking at what was written, the teacher looked at the boy and told him to get away. She added that if he broke discipline even once more on the exam, she would suspend him and pointed him to the door. Zhao Yi stood up and said that he understood the teacher. The boy calmly headed for the exit of the classroom, and Yang Ling stared at him and did not understand what it was. Zhao Yi was smiling as he approached the door, but as soon as he crossed the threshold, his expression turned serious. He thought that he seemed to be beginning to understand something now. After 40 minutes, the exam was over. Yang Ling asked if they could be even a little bit more resilient when playing the game on the Hell difficulty level. Newcomers of the Pakitki Guild gathered on the outside steps of the school. Lu Bai remarked that what Zhao Yi had just done was so dangerous and that he had scared Gentao to death. Zhao Yi smiled and said that he was only checking on that teacher. That's all. He explained that as long as they don't trigger a death point, all ghost NPCs are very patient with them. Newbies were surprised to hear about death points, and Lu Bai was intrigued and asked Zhao Yi to tell them more. Zhao Yi peeked around the corner to see if anyone was around. About himself, he noted that there were no teachers there. The boy asked the newcomers if they hadn't noticed that there were rules according to which the ghost woman could kill them. The people did not understand what the rules were about. Lu Bai was puzzled, and the boy further asked the question, "Do they think that the lucky man's head was not chopped off at random?" Zhao Yi waved his hand and invited the newcomers to follow him to the sports field, as it had the best view. Standing on the sports field, the boy pointed to the school building and explained that during his lunch break, he watched a total of 8 classes sitting here on the lawn. Zhao Yi said that upon careful observation, he found that every classroom in the building was only half full. And the higher they climbed in the classes, the smaller the number of people there were. When he passed the test earlier, he went to the second floor. He decided to check something and found that the situation on the second floor was exactly the same as on the first. And their class, the farthest class on the third floor, and many seats were already empty. There were not so many people in the classrooms behind. Yang Ling, looking at the diagram that Zhao Yi showed, asked what it all meant. The boy speculated, what if? He meant if the student's death was caused by some sort of curse. Later, this curse began to spread from the first floor like some kind of virus, infecting from class to class, and now it reached their class. Zhao Yi returned to the school and said that this curse had created a certain rule, and anyone who decided to break that rule would be killed. The newcomers were horrified, trembling. Jintao hugged Lu Bai and asked if this rule was related to discipline in the exam room. Zhao Yi said no. He looked at the boys and told them to think for themselves as he made a loud noise and kicked a classmate in front of him on the head. It was definitely supposed to attract attention and disrupt the order in the classroom. But even after that, the teacher did nothing. And the fat man sitting in front of him was beheaded for nothing. The guy said he must have done something to trigger the death point. Those students who died had to do the same. And he added that if newcomers are more attentive, they will notice that the letters with tests and blanks are not filled in. Yang Ling trembled with fear. She replied that it was true. When she left the examination room, she saw that the papers in the hands of a small number of students were empty. And, in the end, those students whose test papers were blank, they were all killed. The girl suggested that it is possible that the failure to perform the control work was the trigger of death. Zhao Yi shook his head and said that the girl was too naive. Exam papers are not the trigger of death. He believed that judging from the last dungeon he completed, it didn't take too much effort to complete the main line, even if it was a hellish difficulty dungeon. The most difficult part of the quest is the study of secret tasks and internal assassination. Therefore, the main task of this dungeon should not be difficult. If a blank check sheet is the trigger for the point of death, shouldn't the player just accept their fate? The girl agreed with Zhao Yi. Zhao continued to tremble with tears in his eyes and said that Zhao Yi was able to find out so much. So why didn't the boy just point out the trigger point of death to them since he didn't want to die? Zhao Yi replied that at this time he did not know exactly which point was the trigger point of death. Although it is definitely not a control work, but it must be related to a control work. Zhao Yi then looked at the newcomers and informed them that he had something to tell them in advance. With a smile on his face, Zhao Yi said that this school would most likely only leave 4 of them alive. Hearing this, Zhao was shocked and fainted again. While Lu Bai was trying to bring him back to his senses, comments began to appear about how it was possible to scare the boy like that, and if what Zhao Yi said was true, and how they were still alive. Yang Ling asked the boy what they will do next. After all, time in this dungeon is felt in a different way, a different rhythm of the game. The girl added that she was a little confused. Zhao Yi replied that they needed to wait until dark. Lu Bai asked why they should wait for her. The boy turned to him and asked how they planned to find information for the mission without being noticed by their other classmates and ghosts. Lu Bai agreed with him. The girl thought to herself that Zhao Yi really looked like someone who ranked first in the rankings. She suggested that they arrange to meet tonight and go on a quest together. Zhao Yi supported her and suggested that they meet at 12 Sign near the gazebo in the backyard of the school. Jin Tao, barely alive, stretched out his hand and asked if he could not go. That he is very afraid of meeting ghosts. Zhao Yi smiled and said that he could. But he reminded the boy that if he heard or saw something in the dark at night, not to shout for help. After all, no one will come to help him since they simply will not be there. Zhen Tao was overcome with even greater fear and he whined that he would definitely leave and not be left alone. The evening study is over. Zhao Yi walked out of the school with the other students. After walking through the territory of the university, where the school was located, the boy reached the dormitory. As he walked down the corridor, a system prompt dawned on Zhao Yi that he should pay attention to the early rising time and warn his comrades. If they are late or leave early, they can leave the school only 3 times. Opening one of the dormitory rooms, Zhao Yi looked inside. There he saw ordinary bunk beds with bedding on them. The boy smiled and thought that it was really a better high school and the environment in the dormitory was really good. He sat down on the bed on the 2nd tier. The system prompt appeared again, however, as he returned to the dormitory after a busy day and finally breathed a sigh of relief. That he begins to feel sleepy and very soon will get into the land of dreams, which will turn out to be not the sweetest. Zhao Yi noted that the system was trying to put him to sleep and he collapsed on the bed. After a while, Zhao Yi opened his eyes. The room was dark and empty. The boy jumped out of bed with the thought that something seemed to have gone wrong. He looked at the phone worriedly. It was 3 minutes to 12 on the clock. Zhao Yi ran out of the room. Lin was already waiting for him at the designated place, in the gazebo in the backyard of the school. Zhao Yi finally appeared. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, saying that he had finally come, and asked why he was alone and where everyone else was. The guy replied that he had no idea, that everyone had disappeared somewhere, and he even thought that she wouldn't come either. He added that in any case, they do not go to a person. Approaching the school, the girl noticed a dark, creepy silhouette ahead with burning red eyes.
She grabbed Zhao Yi's hand and asked why he left, then if he knew he wasn't human. Does he want to die?
The boy looked at her and explained that if this ghost was not aggressive, then they would be able to gather more information about the area. The girl asked again, "What will happen if he turns out to be aggressive?" Zhao Yi took out his scalpel and replied with a smile that he would then make him the most harmless ghost in the world. The girl thought about it and continued to ask what he was going to do. How could they? Zhao Yi interrupted her and told her not to think about it too much. That their main task is not to activate the point of death and, most likely, the organizers of the game are still watching them. And judging by the situation, most likely they got to a place similar to the upper world. Zhao Yi said that it was good that they were here, that they would be able to learn the school better here. He invited Yang Ling to go with him and see what the outer training building looked like. Following Zhao Yi, the girl entered the school grounds with him. Around the corner of the building, they noticed something dark. Yang Ling asked the boy in fright what it was. It turned out to be a ghost that did not have a distinct human form but had red burning eyes. The girl thought to herself that he looked scarier than any monster. Zhao Yi, with a scalpel in his hands, went to the ghost. The chat room was flooded with comments from viewers who were in awe of the boy's courage and discussed how impressive he was, especially after Giant Elephant Hospital. The ghost looked at the bloody scalpel Zhao Yi was approaching him with. As a result, the ghost got scared and ran away. Zhao Yi was surprised because the game had not yet given him the hint he needed. The boy chased after the ghost, telling him to wait and talk to him. Young Ling Ling watched what was happening with her mouth open. Zhao Yi ran after the ghost, up the stairs and up to the second floor. The girl, having caught up with him, asked if he is always so brave. The guy replied that he was just being careful. Yang Ling Ling was puzzled by the word careful. After all, today it was he who tried to violate discipline in order to provoke an evil and dangerous ghost. Zhao Yi said that this was because he was 100% sure that the ghost woman would not do anything, and he asked the girl if she did not take today's exam seriously. Continuing to run down the corridor, the boy explained that several students today were writing under the teacher's nose, and when she saw it, she only made a remark to them. This proved that a violation of discipline in the classroom and a violation of the rules of the examination does not provoke the trigger point of death. Chasing the ghost, the girl said that she did not even think about it. Suddenly, the boy stopped abruptly and Yang Ling Ling crashed into his back. Clutching her forehead, she began to complain why he hadn't warned her. Zhao Yi put his finger to his lips and spoke softly to make her quieter. The girl covered her mouth with both hands and then looked in the direction where Zhao Yi was pointing her finger. She was scared. Standing next to the classroom window, the girl saw many creepy, foggy figures sitting at the desks inside. Yang Ling Ling asked in a whisper, "Who are all these dark shadows? Who are they?" Zhao Yi said that they should go into the classroom and take a good look. They quietly moved on to class 2-8. The boy carefully approached the door of the classroom. Looking inside, he noticed that these dark shadows were sitting in the same places as the students who died this afternoon. Suddenly, Yang Ling Ling, with a shocked look, from behind the boy, pointed her finger at something in the classroom further down the hall. He turned sharply. A burning red eye of dark shadow stared at them. It stood behind the door of another class and looked at them. Zhao Yi and Yang Ling Ling froze in place. They could not move because of the terrible aura that fell on them. Then this creature moved into the corridor. This ghostly apparition began to follow the boy and the girl, and its outlines became more and more clear. Yang Ling Ling asked Zhao Yi what she should do because she was very scared and her mental strength started to fall again due to fear. Zhao Yi told her to follow him in a calm voice. The girl did not understand what he was talking about, and the boy grabbed her hand and ran forward. Zhao Yi smiled at the ghost that was coming towards them and turned his scalpel and stuck it into the monster's head. Blood gushed from the monster's forehead and it fell to the ground. A system prompt appeared, informing that the boy had killed an embittered ghost Chonga, who left the toilet. Therefore, the spirit weapon was improved again. Taking out the scalpel from the ghost's head, Zhao Yi headed for the exit. He turned to the girl and told her to hurry, that the ghost would not be able to get out of the school building. Yang Ling Ling asked if he really couldn't leave the school building. And just as she said with relief that they would be able to escape from here, bloody hands appeared near her neck. Disfigured ghost of the teacher grabbed the girl by the neck and dragged her back inside the school. Zhao Yi stopped and threw his scalpel at the teacher. Yang Ling Ling felt something warm start to flow down her temple, and her ear flew to the side. The boy's scalpel hit the ghost in the shoulder, causing him to let go of the girl. The ghost in horror and rushed to Zhao Yi with words of rescue. Running up to him, she began to beg the boy to help her. Yang Ling Ling was so frightened that she knelt down and wet herself, trembling with fear. Zhao Yi looked at her and replied in a calm tone that everything was fine, that the ghost had already disappeared. The girl questioned whether it was really so, and then took hold of the bloody thigh and asked for her ear. The guy explained that there is nothing wrong, that after completing the dungeon, it will be as good as new. While Zhao Yi was bandaging Yang Lingling's wound, there were comments in the general chat that felt sorry for the poor girl, and someone wrote with delight about a throwing knife that was as merciless as its master. Having helped the girl with the bandage, the boy asked her to wait outside while he went down there again. Yang Lingling and the audience did not understand why he did this. Yang Lingling rose to her feet and began to ask if he was out of his mind. How could he go to the middle again? And if he suddenly falls into a trap, won't he lose his life? Zhao Yi just smiled and said no. He explained that the ghosts of this dungeon cannot move freely, that all their movements are conditioned by certain rules. For example, he had never seen a watcher who had followed them before. The boy believed that they would not follow them from the school building. Otherwise, he will break his own rules and face a terrible punishment that they cannot even imagine. The girl asked, "Did they enter the school building again because there was some very important message left inside?" Zhao Yi replied that he really needed a list of students' names. The list that the warden has is too dangerous to keep, so there must be another one inside the school. The girl asked if she could go with him. Zhao Yi asked if she was sure. Yang Lingling thought for a moment and answered that she was sure. She explained that he knew if she didn't do anything, and even if she managed to complete the game, the rating and scores would be very low. And then, with a resolute air, she added that the boy might be sure that she would not trouble him. And even if she is in danger, he can just run away and not worry about her. She added that she would follow him to be useful at the right moment. Zhao Yi agreed. Walking down the corridor of the school, the girl asked Zhao Yi why he just went to the third floor. Did he want to go to their class? The guy replied that he wanted to check one guess. Yang Lingling wondered what kind of guess this was. The boy said that the shadows in their classroom were the students who died this afternoon. He stood at the door of the teacher's office, next to which on the wall was a stand with photos of teachers, and added that this is the place where they will find all the clues. When they opened the door of the study, they saw only a rascal inside. Zhao Yi said that there is no one here, so they can come in. Entering the middle, the boy locked the door and told Yang Lingling that they should find the list of students. Yang Lingling accepted the task. Searching the teachers' desks, Zhao Yi said that every day there were 8 classes on the first floor, a total of 472 seats. Today, there were 121 students, and each sat in a completely random place. The guy added that he wrote down where they were sitting and roughly what position they were in. Therefore, it turned out that in the classroom on the first floor, the places where the shadows sat turned out to be the empty places occupied by the dead children. If they always sat like that in class, then it might just be a coincidence. But if they sat like that for 8 lessons in a row, he thought that was enough. But just in case, it was necessary to explore the third floor once more. There, he saw a fat man sitting in front of him. During the day, he was stabbed by a teacher and a dark shadow appeared in his place. Therefore, now they could make the most important conclusion that the dark shadows are the students killed during the day. The girl looked at the boy and asked how he had written down all the positions of 472 places and 121 students in 8 classes on the first floor. She wondered how he could understand it so quickly, since he only looked. Zhao Yi looked at the girl in surprise and asked if this was not enough. Yang Lingling was confused. Then she asked, "What is the meaning of all this?" The guy said no. Based on this theory, they could conclude that ghosts operate according to this rule, that during the day, the ghost is in the alive state, and at night in the dead state. The living and the dead are not allowed to sit in the same place. Otherwise, it is considered a violation of the rules and further punishment follows. It was difficult for the girl to understand this logic, so she asked, "Didn't these black shadows already die once? And is it possible to die again?" Zhao Yi pondered. Then he looked at the papers lying on the teacher's desk. Picking up one of the magazines, he saw a document with a list of seniors in grades 2-8. Opening the magazine, the boy saw the names of the players which were marked by places. Zhao Yi paid attention to the date and realized that it was today's list. He pointed Yang Lingling to the empty seat in front of his name and said that this meant that during the morning exam, no one was supposed to sit in that seat. The girl looked at the list. Zhao Yi said that the fat man was sitting in front of him, so he just didn't realize that he was sitting in the wrong place. but he also didn't know which one was the right one. Although in fact the fat man was afraid and understood that if he did not sit in the right place, he would die. At this point, Yang Ling came up with the idea that maybe they should just clear this list. Didn't they know their location for the next few days? And she added that it would be very glorious. And Zhao Yi, flipping through the magazine, said no, that everything is not that simple. They entered the dungeon on the 14th and they only have 7 days to live in this school. Thus, it turns out that if the World Day continues continuously, then the quest should end on September 20th. But in this list, the letter on number 20 is empty. Yang Ling was shocked. She asked why. Zhao Yi replied with a mysterious and terrifying smile, because on September 20th, they all must die. Yang Ling was scared. The boy's words echoed in her head that they should die. Because of this, her mental strength decreased again. Zhao Yi continued to rummage around the table and found a sealed envelope. Opening it, he saw money and a note inside. After reading it, the boy noted that the note was addressed to the principal of the school, but it had been edited and corrected, many key sentences had been crossed out, and it was obvious that it had not been sent in time. Zhao Yi then took out his scalpel and told Yang Ling that now was the time for something to return, and offered to go together to the director's office. The girl looked at him stunned and agreed. This is when Zhao Yi came up with an idea about money. He turned and took them from the envelope. Seeing this, Yang Ling asked the boy what he was going to do with this money. Zhao Yi smiled and replied that it was just in case. Zhao Yi again why he took the money. The boy explained that regardless of who is in this school, human or ghost, they all operate according to certain rules. The teacher monitors the order of the exam, which means that he cannot leave the classroom for a long time without a valid reason. But the school director is a completely different matter. The school principal is not as busy as the same teacher, but spends most of his time at the school. Therefore, if he is at school now, they are obliged to remove him from the office. The girl replied that she seemed to understand Zhao Yi's plan. Then she asked again how the money would help them get the director out of the office. Zhao Yi turned to her and put his finger to his lips, motioning for her to be quieter. Yang Ling covered her mouth with her hands again. They just came to the director's office and quietly looked inside through the broken window in the door. In the middle was a large, terrifying apparition whose back was turned to them. System warnings began to appear that the director was extremely dangerous, with a note that this is not a creature that they, as novices, can handle, but his mobility is now very limited. Therefore, when running, he should remain at arm's length and leg length. Yang Ling saw that the director was holding a wad of money in his hands. She wondered if he was counting them. She then turned to Zhao Yi and said that she understood that the director was a die-hard money fanatic, and therefore the boy wanted to use the money to lure him. Zhao Yi smiled and said that her guess was correct. He asked the girl to stay here and watch the director while he was gone, and he will deal with the money for now. Yang Ling remained standing by the door, and from the director's office, Zhao Yi began to spread the bills at a short distance from each other. And so along the entire corridor, all the way to the exit. Zhao Yi finished spreading the bills, he returned to Yang Ling. She suggested that after they knock on the door, immediately run up the stairs to the roof to hide. The guy agreed. Zhao Yi knocked loudly on the door of the director's office. The headmaster's ghost returned to the door. The boy and the girl quickly ran up the stairs. The ghost opened the door and looked around. Seeing no one, he growled in a creepy voice that something smells here. It smells like urine. He began to walk down the corridor to the smell, when suddenly he saw bills scattered under his feet. The ghost of the director was happy and in the same creepy voice began to repeat money. Money. A lot of money. He reached out and began to collect them. Zhao Yi and Yang Ling watched as the ghost began to collect the bills. The boy told the girl to wait for the principal to cross the corridor, and then she should run to the principal's office and find the folder there. Yang Ling looked at the boy in surprise and asked which folder exactly. Zhao Yi explained that based on the previous letter, it became clear that the mother of one of the students had a conflict with the school and the school had seriously harmed Ta's mother. The boy said that it was the principal who killed Ta's mother. When the director moved further away from the office, Zhao Yi waved at the girl and told her to follow him. The boy said that now they needed to find the file folder of this student. They need to find out what really happened. Entering Zhao Yi's office, he opened a cabinet that was filled with various folders. Yang Lingling asked that if what he suspected was true, then things like this would seriously damage the school's reputation. And will this student then be noted in school documents? The guy replied that, nevertheless, the student's expulsion is still registered on the papers. Zhao Yi added that schools and students' parents have few reasons for major conflicts. Only if it is not because of the safety and health of the children or their education at school. This school is a closed military-type school with strict rules and constant supervision. Even fighting is prohibited here. There is almost nothing here that could pose a threat to the safety and health of students. After finding the right folder, Zhao Yi opened it with a smile and said, "What was the reason for the school and the students' parents to argue and even fight? Most likely, the deduction of a student is involved here." Opening the document, Zhao Yi was surprised by what was written there. The dossier said that a student named Chen Qiong was ranked first in the results of the January and February exams. And in the admission, it is said that he was expelled in September due to an early love affair. Yang Lingling opened the handbook with the words, "Is there even a school rule about expelling a student for early love?" Zhao Yi said he also looked into the cases of other students who had been disciplined. And the punishment for early love was to suspend both students from classes and call their parents. But only Chen Qiong was expelled from school. The guy thought about it and said that a student of this level is usually easily overcome by such problems compared to other students. If only. In the midst of this early love affair, he attracted the attention of someone he couldn't afford to attract at all. Yang Lingling asked if his early love interest had a backstory. Is it possible that there is already a background story? Zhao Yi said that a person with such good grades usually has a high level of self-esteem and demands. There are two options for the development of events. First, Chen Qiong stalks a classmate. The classmate does not accept him. Then Chen Qiong pursues her. A classmate uses her high status to force him to leave school. Low probability. Second option, Chen Qiong stalks a classmate. An angry and jealous rival appears. The opponent uses the backstory to force Chen Qiong to leave the school and leave the classmate behind. High probability. Zhao Yi pointed out that if the object of your first love seriously rejected you, you should not continue your pursuit. He told Yang Lingling that they needed to know more about Chen Qiong, that this could be a good lead. The girl asked how they would know. Their school-issued cell phones have no internet connection, and all they can do is set an alarm. The boy said that they needed to go to the north wing of the school, that there you could connect to the internet. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind the boy. Yang Lingling exclaimed in horror to Zhao Yi that there was something behind him. The boy slowly turned and looked. He was surprised and thought that the school principal had returned earlier. A terrifying ghost entered the director's office. He smiled and began to roar eerily. Then, from the mouth of the ghost, began to come words that they must all die. Zhao Yi covered the frightened Yang Lingling with himself. The boy thought that it was strange why this ghost had such a young voice. And then it dawned on Zhao Yi that it might be him. The boy took out a certificate for Elder Liu's real estate from the inventory. Zhao Yi asked the ghost if he was Chen Qiong. The boy explained that they were here to find out the truth. He asked what happened to the student and his mother. The ghost smiled and repeated the truth in a creepy voice. He released his claws and grabbed his head and began to scream frantically. The scream was so strong that Yang Lingling's mental strength dropped to 70. She said that the scream was too terrible. The girl said in a low voice that she was trying to fight it and took out a gun from her inventory. At this time, the ghost began to throw from side to side, shouting different names. Then his head began to swell. At some point, it exploded and spiked long tentacles appeared from the skull. Zhao Yi and Yang Lingling were shocked by what they saw. They did not expect this. Long iron tentacles fluttered on the ghost's head, and he kept repeating that everyone must die. The girl's mental strength dropped to 55. She thought about what kind of monster it was and began to tremble with fear again. The monster had a human body. It was shaking all over and swaying from side to side. It began to approach Zhao Yi and Yang Ling. The monster roared again that everyone must die. Zhao Yi froze in place and just stared at the monster. The girl shouted for him to run away faster and she would catch the ghost. As soon as Yang Ling pointed her gun at the monster and prepared to shoot, the monster's tentacles flew in her direction. Zhao Yi reacted faster and kicked the girl while yelling for her to move away. Yang Ling jumped back, and where she was standing, the monster's tentacles hit with such force that the floor was shattered into pieces. The girl flew away and hit the wall. Zhao Yi managed to jump to the side and stay on his feet. The next moment, the ghost's tentacles flew towards the boy. Messages began to appear in the chat that everything was over for Zhao Yi because with his ability to react, the boy would not be able to dodge such attacks. Some speculated that Zhao Yi would die on the spot. The ghost became more and more ferocious. Suddenly, the monster was shot and the tentacles flying at Zhao Yi flew past the boy and got stuck in the wall. Yang Ling shouted for Zhao Yi to run and she would cover him. In the comments, they approved such an act of the girl and noted her beauty. Some wrote that even though she wet her pants, she still deserves to be a goddess. Zhao Yi did not move. He looked at the monster and thought about something. It was written in the comments that the weapon would not be able to deal effective damage to the ghost, but the shot still helped Zhao Yi stop this deadly attack. Then Yang Ling began to shoot the ghost non-stop. The shots tore pieces from his body, and the ghost switched its attention from Zhao Yi to the girl. The monster turned and started walking towards her.
Zhao Yi caught the moment and jumped as close as possible to the ghost. In the comments, the audience did not understand what was happening because Yang Ling risked her life to give him a chance to escape.
Zhao Yi looked at the monster and quickly held out Old Man Liu's property title certificate to its very face. The monster stopped and looked at the document. A system message appeared stating that Elder Liu's property title certificate had been used. Material: green paper, and the effect is to forcibly seal a monster within 5 meters for 10 seconds. The document recovery time is 1 day. The monster froze. Zhao Yi shouted at Yang Ling to run away. The boy and the girl ran away from the monster. On the way, Yang Ling shot the door that was blocking their exit, and they were able to run out into another corridor. After a few seconds, the monster came to his senses and saw how they were running away from him. The ghost roared with renewed vigor. In the comments, they wrote that the sealing effect has ended and whether players will be able to escape from the ghost. Zhao Yi and the girl were running along the school corridor. The monster was chasing them. The boy turned around and threw a scalpel at the ghost. The scalpel hit the ghost's chest, stopping it for a few seconds. Finally, Yang Ling and Zhao Yi ran outside. The monster continued to chase them down the corridor of the building, only to the threshold of the exit. The comments said that luckily, the ghost's body was very poorly coordinated, so the couple should have time to escape. Yang Ling and Zhao Yi stopped. The girl choked and said that she could no longer run. Zhao Yi looked at her and replied that now you can rest for a while and then you have to move on. Yang Ling asked what they will do next. The guy replied that they needed to go to the computer science office. He noted that there were still 3 hours until morning classes. They will try their luck in the computer room. Maybe they can learn something about Chen Qiong. The girl remembered something. She said she still had the shotgun. Yang Ling explained that she would hand over the shotgun to Zhao Yi now and the system would be activated later. That now that he's using a shotgun, he'll also be able to improve his firearm skills. Zhao Yi thanked her and immediately a new system message appeared that he had accepted the shotgun given by player Yang Ling. In the chat, they began to wonder that the shotgun cost 2,000 points in the shopping centre and the girl gave it away just like that. Someone explained that it was normal because Zhao Yi had saved her twice. Therefore, it was an equivalent gift. A few minutes later, the couple entered another building of the school and headed to the computer science class. Approaching the door, Zhao Yi simply shot the lock and the door opened. In the middle, there were many tables with computers. Zhao Yi asked the girl to stand outside and watch the entrance. Yang Lingling took out her gun and agreed with the boy. The boy walked through the computer classroom and, choosing one of the machines, turned on the computer. He started typing something on the keyboard. Yang Lingling, who was standing at the door of the office in the corridor, asked how things were going there. Zhao Yi said that the news on the internet has been blocked and cleaned. But this is not a problem. He can send a request to the Black Sea. Yang Lingling asked with surprise, "What is the Black Sea?" Zhao Yi replied that it was an internet dump. In other words, information on the internet will not be completely deleted. All data that has ever appeared and then been deleted will be merged into the Black Sea. But the key to the Black Sea is a very troublesome business. First, it must be compiled using the selection method, modified, and only then authorized. The girl asked if he was not a hacker before. Why does he know so much? Zhao Yi replied that he was just a doctor. But his mind easily coped with the data. And the boy continued to actively type something on the keyboard. Yang Lingling looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant. In the general chat, there was also silence. No one understood what he was talking about. A little more time passed. The girl crouched under the door from exhaustion. Zhao Yi said that luckily today is the first day and they have a lot of time. Yang Lingling thought about his words, rose to her feet and said that since they had a lot of time, they should cheer up. A little more time passed and the school corridor began to fill with a thick grey fog. The girl called out to Zhao Yi and reported this. Hearing this, the boy quickly pressed a key and a message about data deletion appeared on the monitor. Zhao Yi then rushed to Yang Lingling and grabbed her hand and ran down the corridor as far away from the fog as possible. He shouted to the girl that they needed to hurry because something was wrong with this fog. A few minutes before, Zhao Yi informed Yang Lingling that he was able to log into the system. He read that Chen Qiong-A's mother had a fight with the 18th grade headmaster of Xishan High School. There was one incident, as a result of which he fell from the stairs of the 3rd floor. It was not possible to save him. He died on August 13, 2032. The cause of death was serious brain damage. A week later, Chen came to school with a kitchen knife in hand. He split his homeroom teacher Min's head in half with a knife and left. Since then, Chen Qiong's mental health deteriorated, and teachers and students began to disappear one by one from Xishan School for months at a time. They were considered missing, but to no avail. Yang Lingling began to calculate that it was August 13th, 3032. A week later it would be August 20th, and a month later it would be August 20th, 3032. She asked that this was the day their main mission was to end. Zhao Yi said that the electronic calendar in the classroom showed the date exactly 3032, meaning they had returned to the curse that had happened in the past 7 days. The girl understood something and said that I will explain it by the fact that the list with assigned places in the class is available only until September 19th. Then she angrily said that the boy guessed correctly that on September 20th they would all die. Yang Lingling also said that she received the list of locations first, but she didn't think that she was only one step away from surviving this hellish dungeon. And she complained that she was stupid. Zhao Yi said that he once had a patient, a hacker, who was paranoid. He told the boy every day that he could put his spirit on the internet and roam the boundless ocean of the internet. Yang Lingling doubtfully asked if Zhao Yi believed in mentally ill people. The boy went on to say that at first the patient wandered in the virtual world alone, but after a period of treatment, they were finally able to go in and play together. The girl had a puzzled expression on her face. They wrote in the chat that the guy has a mental illness. Others wrote that it is better to read his profile because he cured more than 1,000 patients with mental illnesses, and someone added that the name of the Angel of Oblivion is really known in the field of psychiatry. Yang Lingling asked Zhao Yi what happened next. The guy replied that he stayed there alone. The girl asked why, and he explained that it was because he cured the patient's paranoia. While still standing in the doorway with the shotgun, the girl said that she didn't expect Zhao Yi to be so good at joking, and added that she almost believed him. Back in the present, Zhao Yi and Yang Lingling ran down the corridor of the school, escaping from the fog. In the chat, someone wrote that this fog is very similar to the fog from Silent Slopes. The girl's mental strength began to fall again. She was not well. They also started writing about it in the general chat. The girl really began to feel very bad. In order not to lose consciousness, she bit her tongue until it bled. The girl's mental strength had dropped all the way to 50. Zhao Yi looked at her and realized that the girl couldn't take it anymore. Looking around, Zhao Yi saw the construction of a water tower on the school grounds. Together with Yang Ling, he ran there, thinking that he couldn't go back to the dormitory now, so he should go to the water tower ahead and hide there for a while. Running up to the water tower, the boy saw that the door was closed with chains and locks. He quickly pulled out a shotgun from his inventory, and after firing, the door opened and they were able to get inside. After helping Yang Ling sit down against the wall, the boy turned around and closed the door behind him. He barricaded them with wooden boxes that were inside. In the chat, it was also noted that it will be difficult to penetrate through such a thick fog. Zhao Yi looked at the hole in the door. Through it, the boy saw the fog, and a system message appeared to him that the fog has an increased level of danger, with a note that there are a lot of strange things inside, and if they don't want to run into them, they should find shelter. Zhao Yi then looked at Yang Ling. She breathed, and her mental power increased to 75. Raising her eyes, she thanked Zhao Yi for saving her life once again. When Zhao Yi suddenly changed his face, he suddenly took out a shotgun and aimed it at the girl. She looked at him in fear and asked what he was, and then the girl heard that behind her, in the bags that were stacked under the wall, something began to move. Yang Ling was startled when she saw something starting to crawl out of the bags and garbage piled under the wall. It was a man who smiled at the couple, saying that they had found him. The girl jumped up and hid behind Zhao Yi. He continued to hold the shotgun that was already aimed at the unknown man. Zhao Yi stared at him intently, and the man raised his hands and told them not to kill him, that he was not their enemy. The boy received a system message that he was a person with a low level of danger, and a congratulatory note that they did find a living person in the school, but there is no reward for it. Lowering his shotgun, Zhao Yi asked who he was. The man replied that it was a long story. The man said that it was dangerous here and that something terrible would come here soon, so he would take them to the basement to begin with. Zhao Yi thought and then agreed with the man. Going down to the basement, the man introduced himself as Li Shen, a former investigator of the city police department. The man took out documents from his pocket and showed the couple his ID. Zhao Yi looked at him and confirmed that it was so. Then the girl introduced herself as Yan Ling, and the boy introduced himself as Zhao Yi. While Zhao Yi was asking Li Sheng a question, did he come alone? He imperceptibly ran his fingers over the table that stood in the basement and noted about himself that there was absolutely no dust there. Sitting down in a chair, the man said that about 3 months ago, the police came to Shinan High School. Students and teachers who mysteriously disappeared one after another. City A's police sent a large number of people to investigate, but they found nothing. Therefore, the mayor of the city had no choice but to turn to them under the pressure of public opinion. After some preparations, Li Shen came to this school with a special mobile team to participate in the investigation. But quite suddenly, he encountered a strange thing. The man recalled how, standing in front of the entrance to the school grounds, he ordered his subordinates to divide into 3 teams of 9 people each. They entered the territory of the school, which was shrouded in an incomprehensible grey fog which gradually began to capture his subordinates. One by one, with terrible screams, they disappeared into the mist. When Li Shen realized what was wrong, he started shouting to his subordinates to run away because there was something scary in the fog. In the end, he escaped to the dormitory building with the other 6 team members who were left to survive. But when the fog cleared, they found they couldn't get out of the school. Therefore, the remaining 7 of them could only walk around the school, which was filled with various oddities. Zhao Yi listened carefully and looked at the man. He decided to ask him something. The boy asked what happened to the other 6 members of the team. The man quietly replied that they were dead. Zhao Yi noted that according to the story, he had stayed at the school for at least 3 months and wondered what the man had been eating all that time. Li Shen was embarrassed. He turned his head away and asked the boy if he could not talk about it. Zhao Yi looked at him intently. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard on the mountain. The walls trembled, the lamp on the ceiling swayed. Something entered the construction of the water tower. Could be heard on the mountain. Zhao Yi motioned for the others to behave quietly. The boy himself prepared a shotgun. Something terrible was going on inside the water tower. His heavy steps made the lamp on the ceiling swing wildly, and then the ghost stepped on a hatch in the floor that led to the basement. Yang Ling Ling and Li Shen tensed, but the monster passed by and the footsteps stopped. Everyone in the basement breathed a sigh of relief. The man continued to say that he had recently learned that there was a shelter here. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. System messages started coming to Zhao Yi. One was that player Zhen Tao's mental strength was too low and he would turn into a dungeon monster. The second was about player Liu Bei, who was attacked by an unknown creature and died. The third message said that they were congratulating players Zhao Yi and Yang Ling Ling for launching a secret mission to investigate the truth about Shinan School. The reward for this task is 1 point. The girl moved closer to Zhao Yi to read the system messages as well. She was horrified when she found out what happened to their fellow guild members. Zhao Yi calmly replied that it was to be expected. Then the boy turned to the investigator and asked that he had lived in this school for 3 months and had never encountered anything terrible. Li Shen looked at the boy and asked how it was possible not to encounter anything like this. The investigator revealed that Shinan School is under a terrible curse of reincarnation. The school staff are like walking corpses and die one by one over the course of 7 days. And then they are reborn, and this cycle continues again and again. And the further the curse goes, the more terrible things will happen. The man's eyes filled with fear. He said that he saw with his own eyes that on the 7th day of the curse, the teachers and students of the entire school held their bloody heads and patrolled every corner of the school. Li Shen said that they found him once. The man clutched his head and said he couldn't think about it anymore, that it was too horrible. Yang Ling Ling asked how he managed to escape. The girl said that if the investigator was able to spend 3 months at this school, he would be able to help them live here for 7 days. The man hit the chair and repeated the word 1. He turned to the girl and explained that at that time he was running to the water tower and accidentally found this basement, so he could not escape. The girl was happy. She turned to Zhao Yi and took his hand and said that the water tower was a safe area. Therefore, as long as they stay there and do not go anywhere, they will be able to live for 7 days. Li Shen told the girl that it was not like that everything was much more complicated than she thought. The girl asked what the man meant, and the investigator explained with horror on his face that the power of the curse of this school is constantly expanding. Previously, the water tower was indeed a safe zone, and these ghosts outwardly ignored it and did not even try to look at it. Then they gradually began to roam the territory outside the water tower. Then they started knocking on the door to find out if anyone was inside or not. And even later, they simply forced their way into the water tower, searching everything that was there. On the 7th day after reincarnation, Li Shen hid in the basement and did not reveal himself for a while. The man shivered and added that this time they were all hiding in the basement and he was afraid that... Suddenly there was a loud roar. Above the basement, in the upper room, the stomping of ghosts was again heard. In the chat, someone wrote that judging by the number of steps, there was more than one ghost on the mountain. And as soon as this company is found, they will not be able to get out and they will all die. Ghosts began tapping the floor. They started doing this very close to the hatch that led to the basement. Zhao Yi and Yang Ling Ling were struck by lightning. The guy rushed to the ladder saying that there is no support under that slab in the basement, so the sound will be empty. Having climbed out onto the gravel, the boy explained that the hatch had to be pressed down with something so that the tiles on the floor had the same sound as all the others. Li Shen and Yang Ling Ling ran over to help him. Zhao Yi sat on top of the ladder and supported the hatch with his back and hands. On the mountain, in the room on the floor, sat a huge ghost. He looked like the ghost of the headmaster, and the monster thrashed his hands on the floor with every breath. Yang Ling Ling and Li Shen were holding the ladder that Zhao Yi was sitting on. The ghost's blows on the floor became more and more powerful. Zhao Yi started shaking with tension. The girl and the investigator also held their breath. They heard that the apparition that was knocking on the hatch went to another place and began to knock on the floor there. The company was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief as Zhao Yi climbed down from the ladder. Li Shen turned to the boy and repeated what he had already said, that this water tower was not safe. Therefore, in order to survive this cursed cycle, one must either continue to look for another place or remove the curse. Placing the ladder against the wall, Zhao Yi looked at the man, and Yang Ling asked if he knew how to remove the curse. The investigator said that he knows how to remove the curse, but it is extremely difficult to implement. He can't do it alone, and he needs help. The girl replied that they could help him. Li Shen thought for a moment and then replied that it was fine and that he would trust them. He said that in any case, it would be pointless to continue sitting here. So why not try it? Getting to his feet, the man said that after their previous research and investigation, he could tell that the reincarnation of this ghost at the school started with one student. Yang Ling called out Chen Chong's name. The investigator was surprised that they knew the name of this student. As Zhao Yi explained that they know, but not enough, it seems that Chen Chong's mother had an accident. Li Shen confirmed that this was the case and said that, first of all, Chen Chong lived in a poor family and the first days of his life were not bad. But when his father, who was engaged in mining in his town, collapsed in a mine, the student's father died inside. The owner of the mine was afraid of criminal prosecution, so he took the money and fled abroad without paying a penny to the families of the victims. Relying on his disabled seamstress mother to support the whole family, life for Chen Chong and his family became more and more difficult day by day. Fortunately, Chen Chong was competitive from childhood and his grades were always excellent. Not only was he accepted into the Xishan school, but he also received a large number of scholarships due to his extremely high ranking. Li Shen sighed heavily and said that this place was supposed to be a boy's dream, but unfortunately, an accident happened. In order to stimulate competition among students, the schools had to take 2 exams every month, and based on the test scores, the next weekly placement was to be determined. Chen Chong, who had excellent grades, sat in the first row with the podium, and all the excellent students accepted from all over the world could not stand next to him. In addition, there was a beautiful girl named Zhang Ya with excellent grades in their class. For a long time, she ranked second in the class and was Chen Chong's neighbor. As a high school student, the secretion of hormones is relatively high, and after a long time of communication, Chen Chong fell madly in love. At first, they were considered a couple, but then a new student, Pan Xiao, came to the class. And Mr. Xiao was the mayor's son, and despite being ranked last in every test, falling in love with Zhang Ya, he directly asked the school principal to equalize his position with that of Chen Chong. Indeed, Director Liang Ming did not dare to refuse his request. For some time, the first place sat on the last desk, and the last place on the first. Chen Chong knew that his family was very poor, and it was impossible to fight Pan Xiao, so the boy was patient. But when he saw Pan Xiao put his hand under Zhang Ya's clothes, and she didn't dare resist him, Chen Chong finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. Chen Chong wanted to take revenge on Pan Xiao, so he privately used his scholarship to bribe a group of classmates who also came from poor families. One night, they covered their faces with handkerchiefs, then grabbed Pan Xiao, dragged him into the bushes and beat him. However, all of them were recorded on the school's surveillance cameras. After being severely questioned by the class teacher, some students finally couldn't stand the pressure and confessed that it was Chen Chong. Therefore, Chen Chong was ordered to leave the school. Later, the boy's mother came to Xishan School and asked the principal, Liang Ming, to intercede for her son. But how could Liang Ming control it? In the end, during the argument, they pushed each other. Chong's mother, Rong Fan, so hard that she fell over the balcony railing and flew down. In front of many school employees and students, her brains were scattered on the school grounds. Thinking about what happened next, one could roughly guess. Chen Chong's mother's death was covered up by the school and the town mayor. A few days later, Chen Chong sneaked into the school and hacked his principal, Liang Ming, with a kitchen knife. He escaped from the school under security and has not been heard from since. There was silence in the basement. Zhao Yi and Yang Ling stared at the man in silence. Li Sheng added that it was actually just external news. To tell the truth, Chen Chong didn't run away at all. He died. In this school. Zhao Yi thought that it was really so, and the girl was surprised and asked how it happened. Li Shen replied that the boy died in the underground garage of District B. His offense was so great that it affected the entire university. With a serious expression on his face, Li Shen said that they would break the curse if they destroyed Chen Qiong's corpse. You just need to destroy his corpse to end the curse. Yang Lingling wondered how they should destroy his body. The investigator explained that when they first gathered at the university, they had brought a lot of powerful weapons with them. But when the contraption approached Chen Qiong's body, it was attacked by his spirit body. That weapon was left in the shaft of the West End underground garage with the note, "Dirty Fire." Li Shen grabbed Yang Lingling's hand and said that this weapon needs to be identified. But it won't be very long. If they help him attract the attention of Chen Qiong's spirit body, then soon he will be able to activate the weapon and destroy the body. The girl asked how long it would take. The man replied that 6 minutes would be enough. Then she turned to Zhao Yi and asked what he thought about this. Should they help him? Zhao Yi agreed and only asked when they would act. Li Shen was happy to hear that the boy agreed. He said that today was too late, but tomorrow night, when they got to the water tower, he would take them to the underground garage. On the evening of the second day, Zhao Yi and Yang Lingling were sitting in the school cafeteria and having dinner. The girl said with relief that it was a good thing they chose places from the list, otherwise they would have had their heads blown off like those boys in the class. Zhao Yi asked if she had a ribbon or a silk thread. Thin enough, long enough, and strong enough. Yang Lingling wondered why she told him. The boy, not taking his eyes off his dinner, calmly said to kill a person. The girl worriedly asked who to kill. Zhao Yi looked up at her and said with a serious expression to kill Li Shen. The girl was stunned. She said that he must have lost his mind. If he kills Li Shen, then who will help them lift the curse? Zhao Yi replied that if the girl was counting on that man to help them lift the curse, then she was indeed close to death. Yang Lingling looked at the boy and did not understand why he said that. Zhao Yi looked around. There was almost no one in the dining room. Then Yang Lingling leaned closer to the boy and quietly asked what he meant. Zhao Yi replied that he was lying to them. He explained that, first of all, Li Shen is just an investigator, not an 18th grade student. And the boy asked if the girl did not think that his description of Chen Qiong was too detailed. Chen Qiong saw the mayor's son, Pan Xiao, put Zhang Ya's hand under his clothes, but how many other people could see it? Yang Lingling pondered and answered that it was indeed so. Hu Zhao Yi continued that secondly, none of the three were on the list. If everything is as Li Sheng described, then he thinks that Chen Qiong, who has the ability to send everyone into the school with a strange power, he would never let Pan Xiao and Zhang Ya go. At least Chen Qiong would definitely not let Pan Xiao go. Yang Lingling thought about Zhao Yi's words. She said that it really made sense. After all, Pan Xiao was the source of Chen Qiong's suffering. X-Guy said that there is still a third time. The basement of the water tower was not found by chance. Zhao Yi suspects that this basement may have been built by Li Shen himself. The girl asked if it was possible. After all, the curse of this school spread over most of the territory. How could a man find the time to build such a large cellar in front of so many ghosts? Zhao Yi noted that there was no dust. Yang Lingling was surprised and asked what exactly was wrong. The guy repeated that there was no dust in the basement. Last night, he deliberately ran his finger over many places. The lamps, the sofa, and there was almost no dust on all of these things. They were all very clean. Usually no one cleans the basement. People always live in clean places. As the girl said, after the curse, it is almost impossible to build such a cellar in front of the spirits. Therefore, the basement may have been built before the curse was imposed. Zhao Yi also added that the entrance to the basement is so hidden and unlit. What does she think the likelihood is that Li Shen stumbled upon the basement while being hunted by spirits? Or, more likely, he knew about the existence of this basement. Yang Lingling was shocked by the boy's judgment. She thought to herself that his observation was very frightening. Then the girl asked that if Li Shen wanted to deceive them, then what was his purpose? Zhao Yi pondered and said that according to psychology, deliberate lies are usually half-truths or half-lies. To make a lie more logical and credible, it is often necessary to add some additional elements. For example, Even if there is no ghost of Chen Chong in the West End underground garage, there is still a danger that they do not know about. Zhao Yi emphasized that Li Shen really wanted to go there with them. The fact is that if Li Shen goes there alone, he will never come out again, so he is lying. The guy added that they need to do everything possible to help the man attract the ghost. Messages appeared in the general chat with admiration for the boy's observation. Someone asked why Zhao Yi did not kill Li Shen immediately, but decided to do it later. Yang Lingling was shocked. She said that Li Shen had been so hypocritical all this time. The girl called up the menu of her inventory. After looking through the list of what she had, she chose and handed Zhao Yi a thread. She asked the boy what exactly she should do tonight. Zhao Yi replied that she didn't need to do anything. Whether they succeed or not depends on tonight. And with any luck, they'll be able to break the curse today. Later, the boy and girl walked through the school grounds to the water tower. Yang Lingling said that she still did not fully understand whether he wanted to strangle Li Sheng to death with the string. Zhao Yi stopped and put a finger to her lips, told her to be quieter, that they were getting close to the water tower, so she should be delusional. Covering her mouth with both hands, the girl thought that Zhao Yi must have a secret plan, and she would not be able to hold back for long. They walked on in silence, and Yang Lingling thought to herself that she needed to be on guard. If they are declassified, they will need to escape quickly. In front of the entrance to the water tower, Li Shen was walking and waiting for the couple. He was nervous why they hadn't come yet. Seeing Zhao Yi and Yang Lingling, he asked why they were walking so long. And he explained that they need to hurry because there is not much time left. After midnight, this fog will once again fill every corner. Zhao Yi said with a calm expression that, in that case, they should really hurry and go to the place. Li Shen told them to follow him to the underground parking lot and went ahead. The man said that there are 3 entrances to the underground parking lot of the West End, and that the ghost roams the C area. When they approached the entrance to the underground parking lot C, Li Shen began to talk about his plan. He explained that the 2 of them would enter through entrance C and deliberately start making loud noises to attract the ghost's attention, and then they will exit through entrances A and B, thereby allowing the ghost to follow them to the exit of the parking lot. Li Xing pointed and said that he would hide here near the C exit. When they get the ghost's attention, he will enter and activate the weapon. Zhao Yi looked at the man and replied that it was fine. They would do so. Li Shen hid behind the entrance door to the parking lot and opened the door for Zhao Yi and Yang Lingling, letting the couple go ahead and crouching down behind them. Approaching the entrance to the parking lot, Zhao Yi took out a grenade from his pocket with a thread attached to the receipt. He imperceptibly tossed the grenade in the direction of the pillar near the entrance. A grenade on a string wound around a pillar, the other end of the string was tied to the boy's hand. And yes, they entered the underground garage together with Yang Lingling. Li Shen watched at the entrance as the couple walked deep into the parking lot. He thought that everything should work out this time. That, since that event happened, he stayed in this school for several months. That his comrades were established less and less in what kind of food. Therefore, this will be his last fight. Lurking in the corridor of the parking lot, the couple was able to see how many shadows of ghosts were in the garage. Zhao Yi ducked and ran across the parking lot and hid by the nearest car. A game dialogue appeared before his eyes, saying that player Zhao Yi's initial code had an error. An attempt was made to correct the error, but it failed several times. After looking at the parking lot, the boy saw among other ghosts one ghost marked X2. An exclusive hint appeared, which said that this ghost is extremely dangerous. Note 1 that his movement speed is extremely high and he can overcome most obstacles. Note 2, extremely strong attacks that the guy won't be able to resist. Behavior: destroys everything in sight and primarily attacks loud objects. Weakness: 1. Schrodinger's cat. Weakness: Tuba ontology. After closing the game menu, Zhao Yi told Yang Lingling to follow him, that they needed to go to the left. They quickly ran through the parking lot, avoiding the dangerous ghost, and got to another corridor. Hiding behind one of the cars, the boy took out his phone. In the messenger, he sent the word OK to someone whom Som indicated in contacts. This message was received by Li Shen, who had Zhao Yi recorded in his phone as Zap. He also sent him a prox, and he himself, with a frightening smile, thought that they should die as soon as possible. If they die, he will live. If they want to blame him, then let them blame their bad luck. After all, how can you so easily believe what a stranger says? After reading the message, Zhao Yi smiled and tugged on the string, which had already stretched quite far across the parking lot to the entrance itself. The string, stretched tighter, began to click the check from the grenade. Li Shen, who was sitting at the entrance, noticed something click next to him. The man looked around and wondered what that strange sound was. At that moment, the check flew out of the grenade. A powerful explosion rang out. Li Shen was swept aside by the blast wave. The ghost, marked X2, laughed eerily when he heard the explosion. With the blast wave, Li Shen was thrown against the wall. Wounded, but still alive, he got up and did not understand what had happened. And when he looked up, he saw how the enraged ghost of X2 was rushing towards him along the corridor of the parking lot. The man was stunned and did not understand how this could happen. He ran away. Hearing Li Sheng's cry, Zhao Yi told Yang Lingling that the ghost had left and they should go to the mine the man was talking about. While they were walking through the parking lot, the girl asked where the boy got the grenade. Isn't there some kind of reward for those who complete the tasks in the dungeon? Zhao Yi explained that he had a patient, an arms dealer, and he cured him. Therefore, he sent him, as payment, a box with special ammunition. The guy said that usually, when he has nothing to do, he carries several such grenades with him. And when he is bored, he plays with them. Yang Lingling was stunned with shock. They went to the hatch in the floor and opened it. The girl noted that it was very dark inside, so she pulled out a flashlight from her inventory and handed it to Zhao Yi. The guy went down the stairs first. Yang Lingling followed him down and took out a shotgun. Having illuminated the mine with a flashlight, the couple saw a red button on one of the walls. The girl came closer and asked what she was for. Zhao Yi replied that if they guessed it was an elevator and pressed the button. The door opened. Stepping inside the elevator, Yang Lingling asked if such a place was not used for sewage, how could an elevator be built here? Zhao Yi pressed the button and said that they will go down now and have a look. They don't have time to delay. He does not know when that dangerous ghost will return. The elevator mechanism started working and the couple went down. The door opened and they saw a long, dark, creepy corridor. Yang Lingling asked what kind of place it was. Zhao Yi speculated that it might be some kind of strange experimental basement. The girl said, maybe this is some kind of experimental base. They got out of the elevator. The boy said that ever since they met the headmaster, he felt that something was wrong. In short, the stronger the ghost, the more sophisticated its attacks are and are usually harder to counter. Even in this dungeon there may be powerful monsters, but their attacks are physical, and this proves that the creature is not a ghost, but a monster. Zhao Yi said that apparently the School of Horrors was an impure supernatural force, and its components were bigger than they thought. Yang Lingling shouted at the boy to look ahead. Ahead in the corridor, there were several torn corpses of people who were dressed in medical overalls. Shining a flashlight, Zhao Yi pointed out that although they don't know what happened to these people, they definitely know that it is now dangerous here. He told Yang Lingling to follow him. The girl, looking at the corpses, agreed. Finally, they came to a door that had an electronic lock on it. Zhao Yi placed his hand on the scanner, but a recognition error message appeared. The guy said the lock on the door needs a face scan. The girl was worried and asked what they should do now. If they return now, they may encounter this black shadow. Zhao Yi took out the scalpel and walked back down the corridor with a creepy smile. The girl was very surprised and asked what he wanted to do. The boy turned the corner and approached the corpses of people. He crouched over one of them and began to carve something. Yang Lingling realized what he was doing and covered her mouth in fear. When Zhao Yi finished, he stood up and carried someone's head in his hands. There were comments in the general chat where they observed with delight the coolness of the guy and were surprised by his cleverness. Yang Lingling was so terrified that she clung to the wall as Zhao Yi walked past her with his head. The boy pressed the face of the severed head against the scanner. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. The system reported that recognition was successful, and there was also a message that the boy received a new item, Hetty's head. Zhao Yi and Yang Ling entered the middle. The guy said that they needed a right. There was another corridor along which even more fragments of bodies were scattered. The couple walked in silence, avoiding everything that was under their feet. The boy noticed on the floor, in one severed hand, a leaf was clutched. He picked up the letter and read the contents. It was addressed to a girl. It said that Dad misses her very much, but he has a lot of work, so he won't be able to come home soon. After reading the letter, Yang Ling said that the man was a good father who loved his daughter and that he missed her a lot before he died. Throwing the letter away, Zhao Yi said that yes, he is indeed a good father, but apart from that, he is probably also a murderer outside of school. That he must have killed many people, and this has nothing to do with what he writes in the letter. The girl was horrified by such a judgment. She made a grimace with her tongue sticking out, noting that the boy is a good man, but a rude one. Suddenly, from around the corner of the corridor, an eerie and frightening roar began to be heard. Zhao Yi and Yang Ling froze in place. They hid, pressed against the wall, and quietly crept to the turn. Looking around the corner, they saw a huge monster. It was half a body with legs, from which hundreds of small faces with eyes and mouths protruded. Yang Ling even covered her mouth in disgust. She asked Zhao Yi what the hell this was. The boy looked at the monster and said what a beautiful creation it was. The girl was shocked by his delight. She asked what they should do next with this creation. Zhao Yi replied with a smile that they had to cut him up brutally anyway. Taking out a scalpel from his pocket, he added that the creature should be treated very carefully. Yang Ling prepared the shotgun and said that she understood everything. And then she saw Zhao Yi rush forward at the monster with a single scalpel. The boy shouted to her that he had already left. And then he turned to the monster with a shout. How he would like to be cut in half. Zhao Yi that the monster had a medium level of danger, with the note that it was only a semi-finished product and it was no different from the external quantum state. The system suggested that the monster's weakness is hemorrhoids on the buttocks. And the additional information says that apparently when these lunatics were doing the experiments, they didn't think that mutants could also suffer from hemorrhoids from sitting for long periods of time. The monster rushed at Zhao Yi. The boy just smiled and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. It was a certificate for Elder Liu's real estate. The system issued a message that the boy used a certificate, the effect of which is to forcibly seal a monster within 5 Maothmirs for 10 seconds. The monster really stopped. After that, Zhao Yi jumped behind him and started wielding a scalpel. After a few seconds, the monster was torn to shreds. The system issued a new message congratulating that the boy had killed the rebel. His weapon absorbed fragments of the mutant's body as he tried to rebuild his body. But then, the system issued a message that there is not enough power. Unable to resume recovery, and recovery is suspended. The boy's spiritual weapon acquired a special ability, entanglement. It was described that a monster, after being wounded by his weapon, would continue to become greedy until it died. The greedy power is related to the strength and level of the guy. Zhao Yi became curious as to what the monster's ability was. Discovering the characteristics of yourself? The boy was amazed that his power increased by 8 points from just 1 kill. Peeking out from around the corner, Yang Ling asked if the monster had already died. Zhao Yi replied that she could go out that way too. Sitting down next to the monster, the boy noted that it should have been a perfect creature, but its creator was not very capable. Zhao Yi swung his scalpel again. The girl asked what he was going to do again. The boy replied that he would cut open the monster to find out if there was any other clue. After cutting up the monster, the boy said that it had 18 kidneys. It was written in the chat that judging by the shape of the monster's head, it should have quite powerful functions. Someone noted that even Zhao Yi did not expect to see such a thing. After raging the body, the boy rose to his feet and told Yang Lin that there seemed to be no problem and they should go on. Walking further down the corridor, ahead of them, they saw a room in which there were huge glass flasks filled with liquid. Stepping closer and taking a closer look, Yang Ling was horrified. Inside these flasks, there were babies, and various tubes were connected to them. The body of one of the babies was cut open on the operating table. Entering the room, Zhao Yi said that they were lucky. He went to the table and took in his hands a magazine with the words that he had found the protocol of the experiment. After reading the records, Yang Lingling concluded that it seems there was a small riot in the laboratory and the experiment created by the scientists got out of their control and then killed them all. Covering the baby's body with a sheet, Zhao Yi pointed out that whatever violent quantum state or monster they had just encountered, it couldn't be made out of thin air. That they should keep the warehouse. Yang Lingling did not understand what the team was talking about and asked the boy what he meant. Zhao Yi said that this is the most primitive kind of subject, and pointing his finger at the monitor, he asked the girl if she understood what it was. So he looks at the monitor and does not understand what it is. But it doesn't matter. He just needs to restore the data as it was originally. It is enough for a boy to see what it is made of, this primitive creature. Zhao Yi began actively typing something on the computer keyboard. On the monitor, the couple saw how the system gradually began to process the image of the monster. While restoring the data, the monster gradually began to take on the contours of a human body. And in the final, he completely turned into a girl. Yang Lingling exclaimed that it was disgusting because the monster had just turned into a girl. After reading the test subject's characteristics, Zhao Yi said that this creature's cells possessed high activity and adaptability, which meant that this girl was very young. The boy assumed that this girl was most likely a high school student. Yang Lingling's hands trembled. She asked if the boy didn't mean that the institution built such a large experimental base underground in order to turn the student into a monster. Grabbing the documents she was holding in her hands, the girl asked if these people were criminals or crazy. Zhao Yi noted that that monster just had 18 kidneys. That each kidney is very young, which means that human organs were traded in this laboratory. If the experiment was successful, the girl's cells could continue to grow. The owners would have a permanent supply of kidneys for sale, and this meant that they breed kidneys and earn money. Also, Zhao Yi looked at the flasks containing the babies and added that the experimental base has more than one project. What was mentioned in the journal of the experiment, it seems that in it, the creations of the quantum body are created, and they succeeded. Looking at the picture in the magazine, the boy noted that they had already met a similar black shadow from outside. Perhaps this is the monster described in the experiment protocol of the rebellion of quantum state monsters. Yang Lingling was angry. She started talking about the fact that those scum built a base for experiments on people, under the school. That it is madness to raise such monsters.
Zhao Yi sighed and said that it was not. That they did not build an experimental base under the school. Instead, they built a school on top of a human experimentation base. The girl was shocked.
The boy went on to say that the construction of the underground experimental base was quite difficult, and if they expected the school to start working, then secretly building the base would be impossible. Therefore, he concludes that this base was built first. According to their plan, Shinan was supposed to be part of their experiment. They needed young and energetic subjects to perform various experiments. In addition to the relevant organizations, what other organization could legally conduct experiments on young people, except for an elite school? Yang Lingling agreed with Zhao Yi's judgment. Leaving the room, the boy called the girl with him. He said that they only needed some materials to prove this achievement and then they could complete the secret task. On the way back, Zhao Yi met the monster with 18 kidneys again. With the help of a scalpel, the boy removed the skin from it. Yang Lingling vomited in disgust. Zhao Yi raised his skin. In the comments, they wrote that it is quite disgusting and that there is too much skin. The boy put the skin in his inventory. Someone from the audience said that he does not get along with such guys because he is not such a pervert. Then, the two of them continued to walk forward along the corridor. At the end, a large white dining room really appeared. Zhao Yi motioned for Yang Lingling to be quieter. They carefully opened the dining room door. The girl and boy were shocked by what they saw. Yang Lingling covered her mouth in fright. The dining room was filled with a large number of various monsters of different shapes. They wandered around the dining room and ate the remains of human bodies. The girl said that there were a lot of monsters and asked how many students were missing. Shouldn't the police be interested in that? Zhao Yi thought about it and replied that the people who built this base clearly had the means for it, most likely connections with the mayor of City A. But the mayor should not have done it on his own. The guy was afraid that a huge team was behind it, and the main one just pulls the strings. Young Lingling asked what they should do now. Zhao Yi asked her to wait. Opening his inventory, the boy took out the skin of a monster. Yang Lingling felt a little nauseous again. Zhao Yi tore the skin in half and pulled one part through Yang Lingling. The girl looked at him, then at his skin, and asked if he was thinking about, and then she shouted that she would not wear it even if she was killed. The boy grabbed her by the hair and told her to take the skin. Yang Lingling had a creepy, stony face as Zhao Yi wrapped her in monster skin. Someone wrote in the chat that he would take screenshots of the girl's facial expressions. And someone pointed out that this is a very dangerous idea. Zhao Yi also put on a piece of leather and commented that this jacket was quite nice. Yang Lingling did not have that opinion. She already began to think that ghosts were waving at her. The guy took the girl by the hand and led her forward to the dining room. They entered. The monsters inside turned their attention to them. One pair of monsters began to approach them. Yang Lingling began to tremble with fear. Zhao Yi, with a calm expression on his face, told her not to panic. He pulled the girl by the hand so that she stood behind him. Two monsters came up and stood in front of them. Zhao Yi drew air into his lungs and began to mumble something incomprehensible in a rough and eerie voice. One of the monsters, who had a horn on his forehead, started laughing and mumbled something back to the boy. Zhao Yi continued their conversation, which was incomprehensible to Yang Lingling, and was already gesturing something with his hands. The monster gurgled and gesticulated in response. Then he stopped and turned to another monster that had tentacles hanging from its mouth and shoulders. The horned monster gurgled at the other monster, pointing out that Zhao Yi was emotionless. Repeater. The second monster shrugged and mumbled something that sounded like he was disappointed. Then they turned and walked away in silence, ignoring Zhao Yi. Yang Lingling thought that Zhao Yi was well done. She should remember and repeat all these strange gestures. She noted that the boy has a talent for imitation. Zhao Yi told the girl that they needed to go and see what was inside. He did not pay any attention to the monster sitting next to him and eating the human hand. The boy noted that there were 16 doors in the dining room, but the monsters never entered or left one of them. He also said that even when monsters pass by this door, they deliberately avoid it. Yang Lingling asked if he wanted to go in there and have a look. After all, if he enters, he will be exposed, won't he? Looking at the door, Zhao Yi said that he would not enter. He decided that he would first look for other clues in the dining room, and they went further down the corridor. After walking a few meters around the corner, the boy and girl saw two monsters that were eating someone's body. They froze, watching the monsters. Yang Lingling was sick of such a picture. One of the monsters, seeing them, began to gurgle something creepy and held out a human hand to them, as if offering them to eat it too. The monster continued to gurgle something as if inviting them to join and eat together. Zhao Yi, while smiling, and held out a human hand to him. The boy looked at his hand, which, frankly speaking, was no longer fresh. It was mutilated, rotting, and corpse worms were already sticking out of it. He thought he didn't eat human flesh, but the situation demanded it. Zhao Yi sat down next to the monster and took his hand. He pulled a corpse worm from his mutilated hand and put it in his mouth. Yang Lingling was petrified in shock. She couldn't believe that Zhao Yi was eating this abomination. Then the monster turned towards the girl and, beginning to gurgle something, offered his hand to her as well. She was trembling with fear. Zhao Yi noted that there was nothing to worry about now. As the monsters continued their feast, the boy noticed that something was lying under the corpse's head. He carefully took out the bloody envelope that contained the letter. The letter said that employees were ordered to leave the experimental base, but they were sorry for the wasted years and could not leave her just like that. The employee complained that the Shishan base was repeating the mistakes of Gongshuan City many years ago. After reading this, Zhao Yi noted the city of Gongshuan. That the city of Gongshuan is mentioned again? a system message appeared. It welcomed players Zhao Yi and Yang Lingling to complete a secret quest to find the truth about Xishan School. Quest rewards will be distributed after the main quest is completed. Zhao Yi thought that these manuscripts confirmed their earlier assumptions. Xishan School was built as an experimental base, and those outstanding students gathered from all over the world in City A became the products for the experiments. The guy remembered that he also saw a distorted shadow on the territory of the hospital. Judging by the notes, this shadow should be X1. Then there is the possibility that there are more than 2 experimental bases, Xiangshan Hospital and Xishan University. He thought that this information should be told to Yang Lingling. He came back and was stunned. The girl was standing and tears were rolling from her eyes. She tried to calm down, but still sobbed softly. One of the monsters broke away from the meal and gurgled something like what those sounds were. The next moment, Zhao Yi grabbed the girl's hand and they ran down the corridor. The monster did not understand anything, so he did not pursue them. They ran to the door, which was bypassed by monsters. Stopping next to her, the guy gave the girl a chance to breathe. Zhao Yi asked why she was crying. Yang Lingling replied that she knew that the secret task was completed. Even if she died immediately and returned to the guild residence, it would already be blood money, but the girl pointed to the cafeteria and said that seeing how many students are in the cafeteria, she is unhappy to receive this money. Yang Lingling said that these students once hoped to see their future. How much work they had to do to get to this school. But they could not have thought that after falling into such a man-made hell, they would be mercilessly turned into monsters. Tears began to flow from the girl again. And she went on to say that it was really hard to imagine how they lay there, and so desperately. Zhao Yi interrupted her. He took the girl by the shoulders and said that it was pointless to sympathize with them. If they hurry through the main task, maybe then they will be able to find out who is behind these experiments. The girl agreed that there was meaning in his words. Yang Lingling calmed down and wiped away her tears. She asked Zhao Yi, what should they do next? The boy said that to begin with, they had to find a way to merge with that ghostly figure outside. The girl was amazed. She asked what it meant to unite with that creature. Is he out of his mind? Zhao Yi explained that judging from what happened when that black shadow chased and killed Li Shen, it can be analysed that most likely this was the final creation of X2, this experimental base. A state of quantum chaos, a state that is unstable and very powerful. Yang Lingling asked if he still wanted to unite with him. She said she was afraid they wouldn't be able to find a way to start communicating with him. Zhao Yi drew the girl's attention to whether she thought it strange that the creature had such abilities, and it was only standing at the entrance to the experiment base and not roaming around in other places. Yang Lingling pondered and speculated that maybe it couldn't find a way to get out of there, and that's why it was always there. The guy added that it's not that it doesn't know how to get out of there. And the creature guards the entrance. Hearing the movements, the black shadow followed Li Shen. This shows that it does not want anyone to enter the experimental site through the mine, and the monsters at the experimental base would rather eat rotting corpses than go outside. Which means there are things outside that they fear. Zhao Yi explained to Yang Lingling that they were obviously afraid of X2. If X2 wants to get out, they'll be easy to kill. The girl asked if the boy meant that they were hostile to the fog from the outside. Zhao Yi confirmed that it was. He handed Yang Lingling a note which said that the mayor of City A had asked the experimenters to take the data out of the database and helping them to destroy everything would not work. After reading this, the girl understood something and said that the organizers needed this fog curse, that they wanted to use it to erase all traces of experiments here. Zhao Yi smiled and said that everything was correct. That these unknown ghosts in the thick fog are the real initiators of this dungeon. But it is also a problem that they need to solve for their primary and secondary tasks. Yang Lingling looked at the boy dumbfounded. She asked that this fog was hard to deal with. But what exactly was bothering him? Zhao Yi was delighted with the idea. He told the girl that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhao Yi speculated that if they could find a way to contact the creature, then they would be able to extract key information from its mouth. Perhaps this will give them the opportunity to complete additional tasks faster. Yang Linglin put her hand on Zhao Yi's forehead and asked him if he sometimes has a fever because he is saying something crazy today. Taking her hand away, the boy told her to forget, because it will be very troublesome to explain everything to her, so the girl just needs to follow him for a while. Yang Lingling agreed. Several hours passed. Zhao Yi and Yang Lingling continued to stand by the door with a combination lock that no monsters walked by. The girl asked what exactly they were waiting for. Zhao Yi replied that they were waiting for the canteen monsters to rest. He explained that since monsters were created from humans, they are still creatures of sorts at the end of the day, and they will definitely go to sleep when they are tired. Zhao Yi suggested that Yang Lingling take this opportunity to enter this door while the monsters are sleeping. He said that if they guessed, it would have to do with X2. The girl, pointing to the electronic lock, asked how they would get in there. At this time, Zhao Yi crouched over the corpse of a man lying in the corridor and took out a scalpel. Yang Lingling didn't even have time to agree on the password for the lock when the boy had already cut off the corpse's head. Taking the head, the boy brought it to the electronic lock to scan it. Identification has gone into the system. Zhao Yi told the girl that at that time, he saw that one of the weaknesses of that shadow was ontology. So, if they were lucky, there might be his body inside the room. Face recognition by the system was successful, and the door to the room opened. Throwing their heads back, the couple entered the middle. Inside, they saw something scary. In the middle of the room stood a huge flask filled with liquid. The body itself was not in it, but there was only the brain, inhuman eyes, and all the nerve endings that are in the human body. Yang Lingling was shocked by what she saw. She asked what kind of old man was here. Zhao Yi calmly walked over to the flask, and after examining the organs a little closer, he noted that these things were truly a work of art. The girl was even twisted by such a conclusion. The guy explained that only the most important parts of the whole body are preserved. They used a nutrient solution to keep the cells active and external stimuli instead of the heart to complete the cycle. This type of total nerve removal surgery had been used on patients he had known before. Zhao Yi pointed out that only one person could do this. Messages with questions poured into the chat. Is it possible to do such operations in real life? Some have confirmed that such operations are possible in reality, but in colleges they use dead people. Someone from the audience turned out to be a surgeon who confirmed that at this level of nerve stripping, the anesthetic does not work, so the process ends when the patient regains consciousness. Others wrote that it is deserted. Yang Lingling moved closer to the flask and asked Zhao Yi if he meant that this guy was still alive. Zhao Yi said that it was. Pointing to the wires and hoses leading to the flask, Zhao Yi explained to the girl that these nutrient solutions and life support machines were extremely expensive. That these crazy researchers should not have messed with the dead. The girl once again carefully looked at the nerve endings in the brain, which was in the solution. She wondered if this guy was really still alive, then what he was feeling right now. Zhao Yi looked around the room and noticed a magazine on the table. Opening it, he read the note. It said that God said that focus is a necessary quality for a united spirit. Kindness is a lock that seals strength. Anger and fear are the keys to the lock. Zhao Yi thought it was a quote from some philosophy book. Suddenly, Yang Lingling called him, telling him to look at something. Approaching the girl, she said that there was a label on the flask with some kind of inscription. Stepping closer, Zhao Yi read the inscription. X2, prototype, Chen Chong, 16 years old. Adaptation, 96. Activity high. Brainwave compatibility, 921. Spiritual cohesion, excellent. The guy thought that it was really him. Chen Chong, a top student who was expelled from school because of an early crush, which, in fact, has now become a disordered accumulation of nerve endings and blood vessels. Zhao Yi pondered with a smile on his face, as he thought to himself that it was very interesting that Chen Chong was used to create X2. Zhao Yi turned around and told Yang Lingling that he was going to review the list of experiment participants. The girl asked again about the list. Flipping through the magazine, Zhao Yi saw the names of the experiment participants. Among them were Zhang Ya, Pan Xiao, and Li Shen. Seeing Li Shen's name, the boy was quite surprised. He smiled and told the girl that Pan Xiao was not the mayor's son at all, and Zhang Ya was not an 18th grade goddess. After showing Yang Linlin a journal with notes about the experiment, he added that they were all experimenters who had disguised themselves as students. They helped to find test subjects at school. Yang Linling was shocked by this news. Zhao Yi explained that these two, Pan Xiao and Zhang Ya, played different roles. They deliberately approached Chen Qiong step by step. Their purpose was to follow the entries in the notes, to anger Chen Qiong and release his inner demon.
Simply put, students with higher grades have a higher level of concentration. It is very difficult for a person with poor concentration to achieve academic success.
Still, this is the best school in the city. In fact, the goal is to test these subjects for concentration. Zhao Yi said that it was no surprise that Pan Xiao and Zhang Ya were not on the list. They were experimenters, probably gone long before the curse was born. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Zhao Yi saying that they had almost guessed. Turning around, the boy and girl saw Li Shen, who pointed a machine gun at them. The man was badly injured and without an arm. Li Sheng said that those two dogs did not escape, that they were also victims of the experiment. Then, with a crazy smile, Li Shen shouted to the couple that they weren't expecting him. Despite all the difficulties and dangers, he still survived. And, calling the boy and the girl scumbags, he said that the games were over. Yang Lingling raised her hands and asked Li Shen to calm down first. Zhao Yi smiled. He put his hand on the girl's shoulder and told her not to do that. Li Shen shouted for the boy to stand still. The man warned Zhao Yi that if he moved again, he would shoot him on the spot. The boy confidently asked Li Shen if he would actually shoot him. Yang Lingling was shocked by what Zhao Yi said. With an exaggerated expression on his face, Zhao Yi said that Li Shen needed bullets and he must have already used them up. And the boy does not believe that he can do it. Li Shen screamed wildly and started firing his machine gun. Zhao Yi was surprised that the man started shooting after all. One of the bullets shot right through Yang Lingling's leg. In the comments, they wrote that although the old man shoots, he shoots crookedly. The girl shouted to Li Sheng that she did not provoke him, so why did he shoot at her? The man apologized to her several times and said that next time he would aim better. At this point, Li Shen felt dizzy and fired another shot. The man accidentally fired and the second bullet hit Yang Lingling again, but this time in the other leg. In the general chat, they began to laugh at the man's cleverness, as well as the character of the goddess Yang Linlin. After removing the monster's skin, Zhao Yi told the girl to undress. She was confused and did not immediately understand his hint. The boy tore off the sleeves of his jacket and then tore the sleeves of his shirt into shreds and bandaged the girl's shot legs with them. While dressing Yang Lingling's wounds, Zhao Yi turned to Li Shen and said that once they almost killed him, and now he almost killed them. Summarizing now, the man is one of them. Li Shen didn't quite understand the boy's hint.
Zhao Yi turned to him and asked what he could do to help them.
Li Shen began to shake with anger. He thought that he now also owed something to Zhao Yi. If the boy had not been so helpful, he would have gladly showered him with bullets. The man froze and calmed down. He lowered the machine gun and said that now that they got here, it proves that they have roughly figured out what happened. Li Sheng said that it was true that they did, including the curse of the school, also because of them. The man added that if they wanted to get out of here, they had to find a way to lift the curse. Li Shen put the machine gun down and walked over to the computer. Zhao Yi asked what he was going to do. The man was typing something very quickly with one hand on the computer keyboard. He said that X2's escape pod is sealed, so X2 will gradually die. And he added that other mutants are mostly safe. Li Shen said that soon the organization would send someone to lift the curse and clean everything up here. Zhao Yi took the man's hand and told him not to deceive himself that the organization would not come to his aid. Li Shen got angry and started shouting that he was participating in the experiment and that he had secret data that they didn't have. That he really has a high value and the organization will not leave him so easily. Zhao Yi tried to explain to the man that if he was really important to them, the organization would have sent someone to rescue him a long time ago, instead of letting him live alone for so long in this place filled with monsters. The boy smiled at Li Shen and said that he would rather trust them than expect the organization behind him to send someone to rescue him. Zhao Yi leaned towards the man and whispered that at least as long as they were all in the same boat. Li Shen shouted for the boy to shut his mouth. He pulled out a machine gun and, pointing it at Zhao Yi, shouted how dare the boy speak such nonsense and threatened to kill him now. Zhao Yi continued to tell Li Sheng that it must be hard to be abandoned, that the man was so loyal, like a dog, but as a result, what kind of person he turned out to be. The boy remarked that when you are used, you are first lifted up to the heavens and then thrown into the landfill like garbage. Zhao Yi told Li Shen not to be stupid, and if you want to live, you only need to say a few words to him. With a smile on his face, Zhao Yi said that they were the only ones who could help him right now. If a man kills him now, he will die himself in the near future. Li Shen continued to keep the machine gun aimed at the boy. Clenching his teeth, he hissed for him to close the door. Zhao Yi, with a calm expression on his face, looked at the angry Li Shen, whose hand holding the machine gun was already beginning to tremble. In the chat, they began to worry that the old man would not be able to stand it and accidentally shoot Zhao Yi. Someone remarked that the task from minute to minute will be completed and many mysteries will be revealed. It would be a pity to die at such a moment. Eventually, Li Shen lowered the machine gun and then fell to the floor himself. He was exhausted. Yang Lingling breathed a sigh of relief. She thought she was scared to death. Li Shen took out the cigarettes with one hand, lit one with the lighter, and started smoking. He then turned to Zhao Yi and asked if he didn't look miserable now. The girl got up and, holding her injured legs, angrily said how dare he call himself miserable. She reminded him of the students they tortured and re-educated, the families they destroyed, and the creatures without nerve endings. Shouldn't they have been pitied, not him? Li Sheng lowered his eyes and asked if the girl thought he was worried about it. He said that his daughter was in their hands. 7 years ago, his wife died of cancer. Before leaving, she asked him to take care of their daughter. The man, holding her head, said that he was very sorry for her. Then tears rolled from his eyes, and he said that now he felt sorry for his daughter. Yang Lingling pondered. She remembered that she had already seen a mention of someone's daughter in one of the records. Was it related to Li Shen? The girl asked Li Shen if his wife and child were under the control of that organization. The man replied that if it was so. Li Shen said that for a human, killing a pig is no more than a simple job. However, these young students inside are not even as good as the pigs here. The man went on to say that they thought all their crimes were unforgivable, but really, did they have a choice? He asked the couple to choose, the death of a stranger or their family. Would they choose their family? Yang Lingling looked at the man and thought that it was really so. If she were in Li Sheng's place, she would probably make the same choice. She thought that people are selfish. Li Shen leaned on the table and offered to negotiate. He said the two of them could sneak into the school undetected. He knows this because they are not ordinary people. And if they give him such a favor, he will show how to remove the curse. Zhao Yi asked the man if he would ask to save his daughter. The man smiled and replied that they should be trusted so that the boy would not even talk about saving his daughter. As for them, as soon as they get close to the organization, they will be detected and eliminated in the shortest possible time. Li Shen added that if Zhao Yi didn't take this stupid girl with him, then his chances of survival would be much higher. Yang Lingling was amazed at this assessment of herself. She got angry and yelled at Li Sheng that he himself is a fool and his whole family is stupid. Zhao Yi only asked Li Shen what they should do to help him. The man staggered to his feet. He walked around the room and said they had to see something. He approached the bedside table of one of the tables. He opened the door, took out everything there, and showed them the safe behind the table. Li Shen put his finger on the lock with the fingerprint scanner. Fingerprint verification was successful. The man climbed up and took something out of the safe. It was a small flask of liquid. Exhausted, the man handed it over to Zhao Yi. The guy asked what it was. Li Shen replied that it was a substance from another project that was still under development, but it was no less dangerous than X2. The man added that the organization will not ignore it. Maybe for several months, and maybe for several years. And even if this place was completely in ruins, they would definitely send someone to search it. Li Shen said that such things falling into the hands of the organization. And the man did not finish. His eyes began to double, and he slid down the wall to the floor. Va In continued that as far as the curse is concerned, all the answers are in the magic box. Just close that box, and the curse will be gone. Li Shen pointed a finger at the door and said that they should go out through the secret passage he came from, and added that the box is right there in the very center of the fog. The man explained that the evil is in the fog. It will not attack something that may already be dead. If the couple can reduce their emotions and feelings as much as possible, then maybe everything will work out for them. Li Shen continued to say more and more quietly that they had no eyes, no nose, and no ears. That they use brainwaves to detect whether a living creature is a dangerous object. With these words, the man fell to the floor. Zhao Yi and Yang Ling turned and looked at Li Shen. Bleeding, he told them with the last of his strength to remember, so that they would not see in that fog, so that they would not be surprised and afraid. As soon as they show their emotions and feelings, the devil will appear next to them. He will smell the meat. Yang Ling wanted to remove one of her bandages and told Zhao Yi to bandage Li Shen's wounds to stop the bleeding. The guy said it's not worth wasting time on. He explained to the girl that prolonged hunger had weakened the man's body to the extreme. And during the escape, his body produced a lot of adrenaline, which worsened the situation. Right now, Li Shen has lost too much blood. They can't help him. Only if there was a large hospital nearby that would urgently give him a blood transfusion. If this is not done, then he will not be able to be reborn in the next life. Yang Ling looked at her husband sadly. In the general chat, there were comments about how beautiful their goddess was, but that even though Li Shen was a pagan, his story touched the soul. The viewer almost forgot that the man was an NPC. The girl asked Zhao Yi what he thought if Li Shen was telling the truth. The guy thought and answered that, from the point of view of psychology, he believed him. Zhao Yi pointed out that this image was clearly not invented by the system. Picking up a small flask of the substance, he added that there must be an easier way to remove the curse. Otherwise, they will follow Li Shen's instructions, which are known to every novice. And 99% of people will die on this road. Yang Ling could barely stay on her feet. She asked the boy how they could find another way to lift the curse. Zhao Yi thought and replied to the girl that there was no need for that. Although these detours look complicated, they will definitely lead them to their goal faster. They were standing in front of the secret corridor that Li Shen had pointed out. Yang Ling said it was too dangerous. Even if their spiritual power falls in the thick fog, then the ghosts will be able to sense them much faster than usual. Zhao Yi said it was okay. As a psychiatrist who has cured thousands of mentally ill people, he feels confident and ready to control his emotions and feelings so that the monsters do not feel him. Taking a step forward, the boy told the girl that he had left. Yang Ling called out to him. Looking at the boy, she said that she believed that everything would work out for him, but she would not go with him any further. In the comments, they began to write that their goddess realized that she would not be able to control and maintain her level of spiritual power. Therefore, at a critical moment, it can cause them to collapse and kill them. Someone pointed out that hidden mission points are the real bloody money. They then wrote that now they could only watch Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi finally saw an elevator appear on the horizon after going around the secret passage.
This secret passage ran very deep underground and was operated by a shaft lift.
To activate the elevator, Zhao Yi took Hetty's head out of the inventory. Unlike the mine guarded by X2, this mine requires club members to operate, so ghosts outside cannot enter. Putting his head to the scanner, the boy thought that, after all, they do not sit on the ground to create soil plows for mud. That even though these creatures are ghosts, they have a clear idea of themselves. They are killers, hunters, and definitely not a farming machine. Zhao Yi hit his head while riding the elevator. When the elevator doors opened, the boy saw a ghost in the corridor. A system message appeared that it was a red-cloaked ghost that was extremely dangerous. There was a note that this is a terribly evil spirit whose favorite food is fear, and the weakness is to strictly follow the rules to find food will rely only on the emotional fluctuations of living creatures, but when meeting an indifferent man like him, will treat him like a stone. Someone from the audience noted that he had already seen this dress and noted that the monster in his hands is not Li Shen's hand. Zhao Yi thought that they had waited so long for this moment that Li Shen would prefer to take a chance and provoke X2. But the boy also did not want to use the secret passage. There must have been something really very scary. The monster's back was turned to the boy. Then Zhao Yi exhaled and asked at the top of his voice why it was so cold in autumn and stretched. In the general chat, they started writing that this guy is very brave, and they were amazed how he could read poems when you are only a step away from a monster. Next, Zhao Yi quietly approached the monster from behind. In the chat they wrote that this ghost is the boss. The guy thought that he didn't really want to be a knight on a white horse, but there was no way around this place. The ghost woman was blocking him, sniffed something, and, breaking away from eating Li Shen's hand, looked intently at Zhao Yi. The boy stood close to the ghost and looked at him as well. Suddenly, the ghost stuck out its tongue and stuck it in Zhao Yi's face. The guy was indestructible. In the chat, they wrote a comment that if Zhao Yi has a drop in spiritual energy, he will be eaten on the spot. After a few seconds, the woman's ghost hid its tongue. And Zhao Yi took out a handkerchief from his pocket and simply wiped his face and smiled. The woman's excuse continued to eat Li Sheng's hand. The guy waved her hand with a casual smile and continued down the corridor. Someone from the audience commented that the guy has meat instead of a heart. Zhao Yi reached the ladder and began to climb the mountain. When he climbed out through the hatch, he found himself in a room where sports equipment was stored. A voice came to him from all sides, saying that on August 8th, a haircut. The boy turned to the side where the eerie voice was coming from. It was a ghost that repeated the same thing, that you should cut your own hair and cut your mother's hair. That mother sews up ugly dolls. Zhao Yi opened the door that led to the gym where the monster was. The boy saw that in the middle of the sports hall, among other vague figures, there was the ghost of a little girl who kept repeating about her haircut on August 8th and was holding a scary doll in her hands. Zhao Yi smiled and walked towards the ghost. Someone from the audience wrote a comment asking what the boy will do. Will he kill the little girl? Stepping closer, Zhao Yi stretched out his hand and stroked the ghost girl's head. He pointed out in his voice that the girl's head was very greasy, that this ghost does not wash her head at all. In the general chat, everyone was confused. Zhao Yi leaned towards the ghost and with a smile asked the girl to tell him how to get to the center of the fog. The girl's ghost looked intently at the boy and then indicated the direction with his hand. Zhao Yi thanked her. The boy went where the ghost indicated. The ghost girl herself croaked in an eerie voice, asking why these stones were talking. She was also confused. Zhao Yi thought to himself that it seems that as long as there is no difference in spirit power, the creatures do not attack humans even if they are touched and attacked. After leaving the sports hall, the boy passed the hall of the building and approached the exit. Opening the door, the boy went outside, where the entire school grounds were filled with thick fog. In the mist, Zhao Yi saw several ghosts. These were a woman with a huge mouth, a ballerina without a head, and a deformed man in an apron. The boy entered the fog with the monsters. Zhao Yi walked past various terrifying apparitions. His mental strength was kept at 100+1, which allowed the boy to pass deep into the thick fog. With each step, the fog grew thicker and thicker. It became more difficult to go forward. The most terrifying thing was that the ghosts on his way were getting bigger and fiercer. The corpse of the baby was crying. This eerie cry attacked the boy. Zhao Yi began to bleed. His life could end at any moment. The brown moose couldn't take its eyes off Zhao Yi. The animal's limbs were bleeding and the moose's legs were turning into rot with each passing second. A wound also appeared on the boy's leg from such an impact. It quickly began to rot and a corpse worm began to stick out of it. Zhao Yi continued walking. A cardboard figure was standing in his way, which was completely covered in oil paint. She breathed her curse on Zhao Yi, after which the boy's entire body was covered in blue fire that burned with incredible power. Zhao Yi's emotional state did not change from the beginning to the end. He was injured by various ghosts. There was no hint of pain on the boy's face. In the comments, they began to write that they feel sorry for Zhao Yi. Others wrote that after such injuries, you can recover after completing the quest, but it takes a long time. Some people wrote that Zhao Yi is an unusual person. Then, in the comments, it was noted that the thick fog was beginning to dissipate and they asked where the boy was going. In the midst of the fog, Zhao Yi saw two bloodied and entwined corpses on the ground. Coming closer, the boy thought that these two must be Zhang Ya and Pan Xiao, but it didn't matter who they were. The boy knelt down and used a scalpel to cut off the worm sticking out of the wound on his leg, which was beginning to rot. In the comments, they started asking what kind of worm it is. Someone wrote that if you carefully watch the live broadcasts, you can understand that it is like a joke from the great god Jokan, the god of gluttony. Gradually, the cut worm began to turn into a flower, and after a few seconds, this flower faded. Zhao Yi thought that he needed to get rid of this worm to prevent the leg from rotting further. He bandaged his leg and went on. The boy saw a yellow chest standing on the ground ahead. Zhao Yi reached for it and opened it. It turned out to be a music box with a golden pagoda in the middle. The melody from the box alarmed the monsters around, and Zhao Yi abruptly closed it. Suddenly, the fog began to thicken around the casket. From this mist, a huge and terrible monster head with burning eyes began to form, which looked at the boy and laughed. It was a demon that, opening its mouth, began to suck ghosts into itself along with the fog. After a few seconds, everything quieted down. Zhao Yi looked at the box. A system message flashed to him congratulating him on completing a hidden mission, that he was able to destroy all the Cursed School's spells one by one. Rewards will be given to the player after completing the main quest. The system also congratulated Zhao Yi on receiving the hidden item, Pandora's Box. Somewhere in the destroyed city, with a cup of coffee on the table, sat the vice president of one of the guilds. This is the man who has been watching over Zhao Yi all the time. There was a knock at the door, and he invited a visitor. A stocky man with scars on his face entered the room. It was a member of their guild named the Demon Bar. He entered the office and, approaching the table, greeted the vice president and asked what he wanted. The vice president motioned for the man to sit down and asked if he had any dealings with that guy. Bar, sprawled on a chair, asked who exactly they meant. The vice president called Zhao Yi's name. The man straightened up on the chair, his face changed, and he asked the name once more. The vice president placed a folder with information about the player Zhao Yi in front of the Demon Bar. He called the man another nickname for the boy, Angel of Oblivion. Bar tensed at the name. He asked the vice president if Zhao Yi was also participating in the game. The vice president confirmed and asked again if he knew him. The man clenched his teeth and said that the vice president probably knows that there is one disease in their family, but he prefers to call it a gift. Bar said the bloodlust runs in their veins, and that hasn't changed over many generations. That is why his father, Kapal, became an arms dealer, because only with him, blood, death and crime come into a person's life. The man added that his father had the most exceptional talent he had ever seen. His father took part in many wars and killed several thousand people, both women and children. The father was known as the king of weapons, and the man grew up with a huge dream to surpass him. But that was before Kapal met the Angel of Oblivion. The vice president noted that Kapal was able to cure the disorder that was related to the desire to kill, right? Bar shuddered and said it was a shame. It was a real shame for him. The desire to kill was embedded in their genes. Was it possible to get rid of it? The man slammed his fists on the table and shouted that he could not accept his father's decision. Bar shouted that his father used to be the king of arms, the right hand of war, and the highest link in the food chain. And suddenly, he becomes a good guy who spends the whole day fishing and playing chess. The veins on the man's face swelled from anger. He continued to shout that this Angel of Oblivion did not heal his father, but brutally killed him. The vice president, putting the cup on the table, asked the man to calm down. He asked if he knew anything about how Zhao Yi had treated his father. Bar exhaled and calmly replied that his father had kept everything a secret. And although they spent a lot of time together, the treatment itself actually went very quickly. Then the man grabbed his head. He noted that Zhao Yi had cured his father of his killing disorder, perhaps within a day, perhaps even within an hour. Bar began to shake again, He said his father became a different person almost instantly, and he felt it right away. The vice president asked if the man keeps in touch with him. Ba replied that they had only spoken once. The vice president asked how it was. Suddenly, the man shook even more. Horror appeared on his face. He said that he was scared. The vice president was amazed by such a reaction, and by the fact that such a stout and strong man could be so frightened by something. The vice president thought about how he would feel if the killer, who once thought of himself as the top of the food chain and who displayed extreme cruelty, actually accepted all of his actions and fears. The vice president clarified whether Zhao Yi was cruel enough to make others fear him. Ba wanted to say something at first, but then he began to breathe deeply and get angry. Looking at the vice president, the man asked where Zhao Yi was. Zhao Yi was currently a member of the Scavenger Guild and added that the man knew that despite the fact that this guild had few members and low success rates, but the vice president fell silent. He changed the conversation and said that the man should rest first. After all, in a month, the tide of demons will begin, and then he will be able to raise his level. Therefore, Bar should make good use of this time. Maybe he can get rich hunting demons. The man said he understood everything. Leaving the office of the vice president, he declared that he would do everything to wash away this shame from his family. At that moment, Zhao Yi returned to the room with Chen Qiong's body where Yang Ling was waiting for him. The girl returned and greeted the boy. She said she was already starting to think he was... And then she looked at his terrible wounds. Zhao Yi hurried ahead of her and said that he was fine, but he wanted to use these experimental tools to cut out the part of the leg that was rotting himself. The girl was shocked, and the boy approached the table on which various tools were lying. From a saw and an axe to a scalpel and surgical scissors. Zhao Yi threw his rotting leg on the table, and in both hands he took 2 saws and began sawing off the leg. The expression on his face was calm. In the general chat, they were sure that this guy is not a person. How can you amputate a limb yourself, even without anesthesia, and at the same time not even look at it? When Zhao Yi finished and bandaged his limb, poor Yang Ling continued to throw up in the corner of the room. The boy sighed in relief, wiped his face with a napkin, and with a bright, happy smile said that he was now ready to meet X2. Yang Lin objected because the mission was over. Why was it necessary to take such a risk to communicate with him? Zhao Yi replied that there is an old proverb about politeness. He looked at the girl and said with a sly smile that they had put such a spell on him that he lost his leg. And the guy thinks it would be rude of him not to give them back in full. The girl speculated, did Zhao Yi want to use the X2 to hunt down the organization behind Li Shen and the others? The guy confirmed. Yang Ling said she didn't think it was possible. She invited Zhao Yi to think for himself that it would take enormous strength and resources to create such a monstrous project. Surely there are people of amazing strength and power behind this, that these are not just experiments. Zhao Yi, finding some kind of stick, was able to get closer to the flask in which Chen Qiong was. The boy said that precisely because of this, he wanted to penetrate the very essence of this creature in order to teach it. The girl asked if he wanted to teach X2, and why exactly does he want to teach him? Zhao Yi smiled at the girl and said that he wanted to teach him something very important. At these words, Yang Ling felt uneasy. 3 days later, after the end of the main task, X2 did return to the laboratory. Yang Ling was waiting for the monster, pointing a gun at it. The girl was shaking with fear, but the monster did not pay any attention to her and simply passed by. What surprised her very much? X2 headed straight for Zhao Yi, who was heckling at him at the end of the room. The monster bowed low to Zhao Yi. Yang Ling's eyes popped out of their sockets in shock. Probably the same thing happened with the viewers who couldn't even write anything in the comments. Zhao Yi smiled happily. Finally, messages appeared in the general chat in which the audience did not understand what was happening and why the boy taught the monster. Others were delighted and wanted to learn this too. The monster stood and stared at Zhao Yi. Then it growled something at the boy. With the same contented and happy smile, Zhao Yi told the creature that lest he forget to smile. The monster actually smiled back and disappeared. At the same time, near the entrance to the school territory, almost an army of special forces gathered, armed, equipped with equipment and supplies. A commander was standing on one of the cars. A soldier approached him and began to report that the preliminary investigation revealed that the curse of Shishan Middle School had indeed been lifted long before they appeared. However, they could not find a single living person. The commander said it was wonderful. He ordered Group A to comb through everything there one more time, and after entering the laboratory, if they discover something strange, let them report it to him immediately. Having accepted the order, a group of soldiers who were armed went into the thick fog. In the middle of the fog, they came closer to one of the buildings of the school when they suddenly felt something approaching them. The soldiers looked around as something jumped over their heads. They looked at each other and asked if anyone saw what it was. Panic began, and then the sounds of gunshots began to ring out. At this time, Zhao Yi was preparing for teleportation. He received a system message with congratulations that he has arrived at the School of Fear quest. He completed the main task, to survive in high school for 7 days. He also passed 2 hidden tasks. His history research level was 60, his world research level was 100. He received SS. Rewards, 75 XP, a dead doll, 8,000 points, including live popularity points, and he also acquired 2 items, Pandora's Box and T202, which is under development. After reading this message, Zhao Yi thought about the fact that the history research level was 60 and the world research level was 100. He thought that this was due to the fact that he finished the quest early. Not a few people gathered in the Pokidki Guild. Something happened and they discussed this event. Liu Zhouqing stood aside drinking wine, waiting for the winner of the quest. Zhao Yi appeared. She was the first to congratulate him on the successful completion of the quest. The woman said that she had already watched his performance live, where everything was just wonderful. The guy complimented her as if she and anyone else could have easily coped with this quest. Zhao Yi asked Sister Liu what happened at the end of the room. Why did so many people gather? The woman said that it was nothing special, just a dead person. She added that later the boy will understand that this happens often. Zhao Yi thought to himself that judging by the calm expression on Sister Liu's face, she had experienced many such scenes. The guy said he wanted to go and see what happened there. The woman replied that he should not restrain himself. Zhao Yi approached the crowd and began to make his way to the middle through the large number of worried people. When he was able to get closer to the middle, he saw that people had gathered around a mutilated corpse whose arms and legs were twisted. After taking a closer look at the mutilated body, Zhao Yi understood that it was not an ordinary death, but the result of an enormous force. The boy approached the corpse and, taking it by the shoulder, turned it around to see its face. It was a man, his eyes were open, and a smile froze on his face. The crowd was frightened to see the face of the deceased. Zhao Yi ran his hand over the mutilated body and noticed that all the bones were missing. He also noted that, most likely, the killer removed all the bones through the wound on the back without leaving a single trace. The boy also thought that either a doctor or a butcher could pull out the bones so elegantly. But judging by the cuts left, it was possible to assume that the butcher was the criminal. Zhao Yi moved slightly away from the corpse. He turned to the crowd and saw among the people a girl holding a bottle of soda in her hands. He asked the girl to lend him a bottle. The girl calmly handed over the bottle. Then the boy said out loud that 1 carbonated water would not be enough, that he still needed 1 egg and preferably a hard-boiled one. Suddenly, a man spoke up from the crowd and said that he had just boiled eggs and could now bring them to the boy. The crowd quieted down. They all looked at Zhao Yi in surprise. However, they whispered why he needed carbonated water and a boiled egg. Can they help in any way? Finally, Zhao Yi was brought a boiled egg. The guy cleaned him, and the crowd on the side watched very carefully everything he did. The boy looked carefully at the egg. People in the crowd held their breath in anticipation of further action. All of a sudden, Zhao Yi just popped the egg into his mouth, chewed it, and then washed it all down with soda water and belched loudly. The boy explained that he only ate potatoes for several days in the dungeon, but boiled eggs were so tasty to him. The crowd was shocked and began to riot. They thought that the boy would solve the case. How dare he deceive them because of the desire to eat? The little girl cried and complained that she had exchanged her points for this soda, but she herself did not even have time to take a sip. Zhao Yi was indifferent. He calmly returned to his room 404 and collapsed on the bed with a sigh of relief. The boy opened the game menu with his characteristics, which indicated that he was level 3, strength 2500, items, Elder Lu's real estate certificate, Pandora's box, dead doll, T202, and shotgun. Life 2020, strength 16, mental strength 101, luck 0. Titles: good teacher, dirty player, sadness ghost, spiritual weapon, rusty scalpel. Points 8,000, points purchased, S+, SS, S, field, unknown. After reading this, Zhao Yi turned to the system and asked it to explain something to him. His level increased, but why didn't his strength increase? A system message appeared which said that the player's level affects only the opening of tasks of various difficulties, while not affecting the increase of the strength of the participant. The power level can affect the player's body structure, speed, healing itself, energy, stamina, etc. If a player wants to increase their power level, there are 3, and only 3 ways. The first way, do more basic tasks, get experience points, and add them to the power. The second way is to open mid-levels for bloodlines, phantom limbs, abilities, feats, and so on. The third way, get special gifts in the dungeon. For example, such as his T202. Zhao Yi thought about it and said that it turns out that the level of strength is not as important as the strength itself. Then he also asked the system, what is the field item then? The system answered that field refers to a type of specialization that is used to increase the upper limit of some aspect of the player. Currently, there are several main fields: Spirit Field, Firearm Field, Elemental Field, and Strong Body Field. The level of fields is divided into classes: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, Z. Level D is considered the most productive field. Zhao Yi got up from the bed. He tried to remember that he had already heard somewhere about specialization in the field. It seemed to the boy that he had seen something similar on a post-analysis forum. It said that at level 1, novices can't browse branch fields due to lack of authority, but in general, the firearms field is used for the technique limit. It is also the field most suitable for beginners. In the store, you can mainly find firearms. At level 2, the firearms field is easier to level up as it's hardly a weak field. That is why it is given to beginners, as it is the most universal. The system then issued a message that Zhao Yi had a high level of mental power, and did he want to choose a mental field? It was noted that the more he works in this field, the more difficult it will be to advance and improve his skills. But, just like the endurance field, once it reaches rank S and above, there will be a complete gap between its power and that of other fields of the same level. Zhao Yi asked the system if the player could only choose one field. The system answered yes, but with the mental values that he had, most likely he will be able to achieve great success on his way. The boy smiled and noted that it was well said. He firmly and proudly responded to the system that selects the stamina field. The game system was silent for a few seconds and then asked the boy if he was sure. After all, he will waste his wonderful talent. Zhao Yi silently activated the stamina field in the menu. The system has booted. Activation has been completed. There was a message that after activating the stamina field, his strength increased to level 18. He can now improve his physical skills through training and fighting. The boy turned back the sleeve of his shirt and saw how the veins on his arm swelled and moved. He lay down on the bed and thought that it was wonderful. He felt the power overflowing him. And he waved his fist in the air a little. Someone knocked on the door. Zhao Yi walked over and opened the front door to see who was there. On the threshold stood a man who was short and full of build. He greeted the boy and asked if his name was Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi said that is how he invited the stranger inside. He thanked and closed the door behind him. The guest sat down on the sofa and introduced himself that his name is Fan Pai and he is also a newcomer to the guild who is at level 3. Zhao Yi asked what he needed. Fan Pai hesitated for a while and then said that it was nothing special. He just wanted to ask Zhao Yi to take him and his team on the big main task. And hastened to add that he has something to offer the boy. After all, players can trade with each other, and the goods can be points, items, and even deals between different players. Fang Pai said if brother Zhao Yi agreed to help them complete the main task as a guide, then they would pay him with points. As he sipped his soda, Zhao Yi wondered how many points they were offering. The man replied that each member of the team had 1,000 points. The guy asked if anyone else would be there. Fan Pai said yes. He explained that the big bosses in their guilds are angry at everything, and those who are inside the events are constantly thinking about escaping from the ship. Therefore, beginners have no unity at all, and everyone is basically left to himself. Everyone is pulling each other's strings. New people appear, and there is no clear leader as well as rules in general. In order to survive in the conditions in which they live, he first had to gather a small group of people and live with them until a certain time. Fan Pai sighed heavily and noted that killing each other within the guild was forbidden. Zhao Yi said that it is actually allowed to kill each other, but not in the open. Fan Pai then said that he thought the boy understood that if someone really wanted to cheat someone, there were many ways to do it. And it is easy for strong members of the guild to suppress discontent without even killing the weak in the open. Fang Pai shouted Zhao Yi's name, slapped his hands on the table, and said that on the one hand they came to him because they could increase their team's strength thanks to him. On the other hand, he hopes that they will be able to gain experience from him in performing basic tasks. After all, the rewards for the main tasks are very valuable and inviolable. No one from their guild will be able to take them away. Zhao Yi called up the game menu, opened the description of the main task, and said that the man was right. But he was somewhat curious. The guy said that he assumed that there must be quite a lot of people willing to perform this basic task. So why is he back after completing the mission and the main guild quests are still stuck on guide tasks? Fan Pai shuddered. He replied that it was because giving such a difficult task to their guild guide was a bit outrageous. At the moment, 6 groups, 27 people in total, tried to complete this task, and as a result, none of them survived. Zhao Yi asked if the secret task was difficult too. Fan Pai replied that they went to the forum to look at other guilds' tasks. For the most part, they are easy, but the income from them is 0. And there are very few guilds like theirs that have 3 talent points for the guide task. For such tasks, where generous rewards are issued, but it is extremely difficult to complete them. Zhao Yi asked if this meant that the guy outside had just died while doing the guide's task. Fan Pai said yes. He added that the guide's task is to find food and water. In order to complete these tasks, you must first go to the grocery store and the butcher's shop, which are located on the train platform. However, to complete the quest, you must complete 2 games with the butcher's ghost and the clown. After the player beats them, 2 story scenes will most likely be unlocked. The ghosts of the butcher and the clown will also move from neutral players to allies of the winning guild. Players get access to unlimited food and water. Fan Pai pointed out that the guy from outside, that even he lost, because a ghost butcher took his bones to make soup from them, and his body was carried away by his teammates. Zhao Yi smiled as he said it was interesting. He also asked how many were on the team and when they were going to start. Fan Pai replied that their team would consist of only 5 people. In addition to him and Zhao Yi, the team will include the cute Tian Tian, who is not quite mentally healthy, the beautiful Bai Shui, a prostitute in the past, as well as the simple and honest Uncle Lei Han. As for the task, they are ready to leave at any moment. It all depends on when Zhao Yi has free time. The guy got up from his seat and asked to give them the following: that they need to get out as soon as possible, look at everything and feel, so to speak, the situation. After some time, the 5 players went to the task. They walked along the highway to the train station. Fan Pai pointed to the tunnel that went through the mountain and said that the entrance was ahead and that there must be someone else there. Entering the tunnel, the team saw 3 boys. 2 of them were terrified and shaking with fear, while the third sat quietly and smoked. Fan Pai turned to a boy named Xiang Wei Shan and asked, "What is the situation inside?" Xiang Wei Shan raised his head and looked at Zhao Yi, who had walked over with the Tian girl Tian Ta with the woman Bai Shui. He smiled and asked if it wasn't the same number 1 and had he also come for his share? Until Xiang Wei as Shan rose to his feet, 2 more boys approached Zhao Yi. One is bald and the other, on the contrary, has blonde hair. They angrily asked how Zhao Yi had the courage to come and steal the reward from their senior boss. Zhao Yi was quick to reassure the boys that he understood that this was a very generous reward and no one wanted to share it with others. He asked if they had ever considered that this might just be a secret mission, that there are still many tasks and awards ahead. What if everyone stops here? Then no one can go back. And he added that it would be better to get rich together or to starve to death here. The boys looked at each other and thought. Xiang Weishan, putting aside his cigarette, looked at Zhao Yi with a serious expression and said that if he wants to go, then let him go, and don't let others lose their chance. He added that many people have already died on the task, and this is good for them. The boy also said that he could tell them some rules of the clown game. The game Clown requires about 3 people to enter it. Together with the clown, the participants take turns playing rock, paper, scissors. One person can compete up to 10 times. Before striking, both hands of the players are covered with a black cloth so that it is not possible to spy on who won. The person who loses the round will have one of their fingers cut off. To win, they need to beat the clown 3 times out of 10 in rock, paper, scissors. If the player fails to win 3 times in a row, the clown will push them off a cliff into an ominous grocery store. No one knows what kind of horrors actually take place there because whoever gets there once will never return. After the previous participant finished playing and died, having failed, it is the turn of the next one. Then, the score of the game is reset and everything starts over. Xiang Weizhan noted that in addition, they learned that the clown was deliberately counting down the 3rd and 6th rounds. Fan Pai said that if you follow this rule, the 9th or 10th time will most likely be a normal game of nods, so I've guessed that only 3 victories are enough. Fan Pai then asked the boy why he had not yet completed the task himself. Xiang Weishan got angry and asked in response, are they willing to put their lives on the line to try the game of guess for themselves? He is not ready to die so stupidly. Fan Pai thought about it and said that it was true. If the previous trials and errors had at least some positive result, then there would be those who would jump at this chance. And then no one would step on the same rake. Han joined the conversation and said that people are selfish, and he asked why someone should suffer beatings while others should eat candy. Zhao Yi said that they were rubbing some game on him, and he offered his companions to go in and find out everything themselves. Xiang Weishan replied that he did not dare to delay them any longer and pointed to the path that led to the entrance of the station. When the company left, one of Xiang Wei's henchmen, Shanya, asked him if he had lied to them. After all, the boy himself remembered that the clown has a fixed method of hitting. It's not scissors and paper. Xiang Weishan laughed back and replied, so what? He added that Zhao Yi is not an easy player and is the #1 rookie. Didn't he notice how before this, that lecherous girl, Liu Zhouqing, was looking at this newbie before the guild task and asked the henchman if he thinks that the main bosses in the guild will allow them to climb to the top of the chart while people like them are alive. The guy said, it's true. He emphasized that his brother Xiang Weishan is very smart and gave him a lighter to light a cigarette. And the boy thought to himself that this Xiao Weishan, some kind of cloudy guy, that he is 100% some kind of maniac or pervert. This meant that Zhao Yi was already deceased. That one strong competitor is less, which means that he will not be able to take away awards and women from them. Zhao Yi's team entered the train station. It was empty and creepy. There were blood splatters on some store signs. Bai Shui turned to Zhao Yi and said that she thought the guy at the entrance had lied to them. Zhao Yi replied that he knew. Uncle Lei Han said that, as expected from the #1, he devoured them immediately. And the woman, exhaling with relief, added that since he immediately understood everything, then she could not worry. Ahead, Zhao Yi saw an open shop and noted that it was the same grocery store. Severed fingers lay in a pool of blood in front of it. A clown was standing behind the counter who, seeing them, began to loudly lure them to his shop. He shouted that he was happy to welcome them to his shop called Ghost. The clown asked if they had come to buy food or if they wanted to play with him. Coming closer, Zhao Yi asked the clown what was so useful about his games. The clown replied to the dear guest that if they played rock, paper, scissors with him and won 3 out of 10 games, they would get unlimited access to all the products in his store forever. Zhao Yi smiled and asked what would happen if they lost. The clown also gave a predatory smile back and said that if they lost, he would have to pay him a tiny fee. He added that they know that a game without bets is like cold coffee, disgusting and tasteless. Zhao Yi replied that the clown had persuaded them and they were ready to take part in his game. Then the clown said that he would now introduce them to the rules of the game. A few minutes later, Lei Han whispered to Fang Pai that the rules were exactly the same as Jiang Wei had described. Shan. He wondered if he had told them the truth. Fan Pai whispered that he didn't think it was that simple. You need to be vigilant. The clone continued to explain the rules of the game. He said that he also wanted to emphasize one important point, that you should not break the rules during the game by trying to kill him or cut off his fingers. Otherwise, and the clown pointed them to the door behind him, which was shrouded in darkness and gave off an ominous aura. Suddenly, the door opened for a moment and hundreds of eyes began to stare at the team from the darkness. Everyone was struck as if by lightning. Bai Shui actually cried out in fear and covered her mouth. And the girl Tian Tian didn't even blink, she just patted her teddy bear on the head. When the door closed, the clown continued that the participants of the game received 3 points for winning. Other team members, 1 point each. The clown said if they were sure their team was fully formed and ready to play, he invited them to come over and sit at the round table. He warned that the game would start in a few minutes. Zhao Yi walked forward without hesitation, followed by Tian Tian. Others stood in shock. They realized that it was not a joke. Uncle Lei Han said that it turns out that this is not a joke, that this task is mandatory for their guild. If they die, they can no longer be reborn. Fang Pai pulled himself together and said that if Zhao Yi wins, then they get a talent point just like that. After all, not every point gained is appreciated in the early stages. That any piece of energy gives a strong boost to the team, which will be noticeable even to the naked eye. Bai Shui gathered her spirits and said that in order to survive, you need to work. If a woman like her wants to get a foothold in this world somehow, she has to earn a lot of money. Stepping forward behind Zhao Yi, she added that besides, they had each given 1,000 points for attempting this task, and that the boys also didn't want to lose those points just like that. The guys absolutely agreed with her. Fan Pai also said that this is a real fight, that you need to be masters at least this time. They all entered the room where there was a large round table. The clown invited them to the table. Taking the remote control in his hands, the clown said that he would turn on the TV so that it would not be so disgusting to the soul. A video appeared on the screen in which a naked man crawled on the floor and cried out in pain. Some dark tentacles wrapped around his arms, legs, and neck. He screamed frantically, and his pupils were empty. Fan Pai, Lei Han, and Bai Shui were horrified by such a sight. Their mental strength immediately began to decline. Zhao Yi remained calm, and his mental strength was stable. The mental strength of the Tian girl Tian also remained at her level, but she herself smiled and giggled quietly. Zhao Yi thought to himself that Tian Tian wasn't even a little bit frightened by this. Then the clown stretched forward a piece of cloth and asked, "Who will be first?" Zhao Yi raised his hand and challenged himself to be the first. The clown smiled and said that he liked the boy for his straightforwardness. Then he announced the start of the game. All the team members moved their chairs slightly away from the table so that only the clown and Zhao Yi were left sitting at the table. An inexplicable fog appeared in the room, the light was turned off, and a spotlight began to shine on the boy. Clown said that during the next 3 minutes, they have the right to talk to each other to decide exactly what tactics the team will follow. Having made the final decision, the participant must put his hand into the black bag in front of him. The clown said that this bag would then be scanned by a special machine fixed to the ceiling of the room. He assured that there is no sensor in the bag that could transmit to him the gesture chosen by the participant, that he will not even try to deceive them. Zhao Yi said that he believed the clown. Then the boy turned to Fan Pai and asked what he should choose. Fang Pai was so surprised that he asked Zhao Yi if he was really asking him. The guy confirmed. Fan Pai tensed. He thought to himself, is Zhao Yi asking someone for advice because that is not his style? Does his actions have any intention? For example, he wants to confuse the audience or the clown. After a couple of seconds, Fan Pai replied that he had already said that if he lost, he was not to be blamed. Zhao Yi agreed that he would not. Fan Pai thought again and said that it should be scissors. Zhao Yi put his hand into the bag and told the clown that he was ready. The clown also put his hand into the bag. Then, machines descended from the ceiling above the bags and scanned them. The system announced that the opponents have made their choice and now they can find out the results of the first game. The countdown has begun. On the score of 1, the machines removed the bags from the hands of the game participants. The clown had a rock and Zhao Yi had scissors. Zhao Yi's team was demoralized. Fan Pai thought that this was the end because the boy showed the scissors. The clown apologized to Zhao Yi and said that it seems luck is not on the boy's side today. And he put a small device on the table. After all, the loser had to be left without a finger. Zhao Yi replied with a calm expression that he agreed with this decision and put one of his fingers under the device. A moment and the boy was left without a finger. Bandaging his wound, Zhao Yi said that it was not for nothing that he had prepared so many bandages before the game. Fang Pai, Lei Han, and Bai Shui, who were standing behind the boy, began to tremble in terror. Zhao Yi then turned to Fang Pai again. Returning to him, the boy asked what he should throw away the second time. Fan Pai felt uneasy. He waved his hands and replied that he did not know, let Zhao Yi decide for himself. The guy turned back to the table and with a smile on his face said that it was okay. Zhao Yi announced to the clown that he was choosing a stone. The clown stared at Zhao Yi intently. He thought that this boy was not at all like the previous members of his game, that this guy made him feel the awkwardness of the situation for the first time. This clown made it even more interesting. What was Zhao Yi up to? In the second round, the clown threw away the paper and Zhao Yi had the rock. The boy lost one finger again. The trio sitting behind Zhao Yi was amazed at how calmly and easily he parted with his fingers. Lei Han began to bite his nails and said that if the boy continued in the same spirit, he would lose. So, what should they do in this case? Bai Shui told Uncle that it was only 2 rounds. One should not lose heart. Zhao Yi was smiling. He overheard the couple's conversation and thought to himself not to worry, since he hadn't planned on winning the first 2 rounds from the start. The guy looked at the clown and a system message appeared. It stated that the clown is a neutral type. Note that if he loses the game, he will die. The boy's death was guaranteed only if the clown won. Weaknesses are not revealed. Goal wants to revive the family business. The clown's famous ability is that he can see right through everyone when his eyes are open. Zhao Yi smiled slyly. He thought that the clown could always predict the opponent's next move without even making assumptions. Instead, the clown just relies on his swindling abilities and the guy needs to use something unusual against him. You need to corner him. This is already the 3rd round. According to information from Xiangwei Shanya, this time the clown should get the scissors, but it's hard to believe his words. If it turns out that if Shan told the truth, then the probability of winning will increase significantly. And if he brazenly lied, at this, Zhao Yi leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms to address the clown. The guy said that when they were going to the clown, he was told that at the end of the 3rd round, the clown would definitely throw away the scissors. Zhao Yi asked if he would really do that. The clown calmly replied that at first he could not tell them about this aspect of the game, but now he could enlighten them. The clown explained that in the 3rd and 6th rounds, he always shows the same gestures, but which ones he cannot tell them. Zhao Yi nodded his head and replied that this was enough for him. The 3rd round began, and the participants put their hands into the bags again. The trio behind Zhao Yi were very excited and tense. Fan Pai mentally wished the boy luck, that this time Zhao Yi had an excellent chance to win against the clown. Uncle Lei Han continued to tremble and bite his nails. Mechanisms came down from the ceiling again. After scanning the bags, they grabbed the edge of the bags with their long claws and sharply lifted them up. The clown had paper and Zhao Yi had scissors. The trio breathed a sigh of relief and the girl Tian Tian shouted happily that Zhao Yi's brother had finally won. Fan Pai calmed down and thought that it was good that Zhao Yi was their leader. Bai Shui smiled and thought that her behavior was correct. The clown congratulating Mr. Zhao Yi on his victory as he held out a finger-cutting parade. After cutting off his finger, he said that it seems they were misinformed. Zhao Yi smiled happily and said that he would definitely take revenge on him for lying, and then corrected himself and said that he would pay back. Fan Pai and Bai Shui realized that this was not just a trick. The clown asked the boy why he was so sure he would get out of here alive. Zhao Yi replied, "Why not?" The clown shook his head and said that the boy was a really impressive person. Zhao Yi continued to stare at the clown and asked if he was very fond of gambling, but he was madly fond of unexpected twists in such games. The clown froze for a few seconds after these words of the boy. He then threw away the bloody napkin and asked Zhao Yi what he was talking about. Zhao Yi's expression turned serious as he looked at the clown. The boy replied that he needed to be patient, that everything would become clear soon. Then the opponents continued the game. Zhao Yi lost in the 4th round. Zhao Yi lost in the 5th round. In the 6th round, the clown lost. In the 7th round, Zhao Yi lost. In the 8th round, Zhao Yi lost. Zhao Yi lost in the 9th round. Tian Tian said excitedly that the 10th round was finally starting. Clown said he thought Mr. Zhao had a problem choosing which fingers to cut off. That with the fingers he now has left, he can only point to a rock or scissors. Bai Shui was confused by the clown's words and asked Fan Pai what he meant. Fan Pai explained that if Zhao Yi had at least a ring finger on his right hand, he could easily throw away the paper. But now, when he spreads his fingers to the sides, they become scissors. And when he squeezes them, a stone and nothing else. In other words, the guy can no longer show the paper. Lei Han was horrified. He said that according to the rules, if the clown guesses the same gesture 3 times in a row, he wins, which means that the next 3 perfectly timed sequences of strikes from the Joker will be fatal to the opponent. Zhao Yi turned to the clown and asked if he remembered what the boy had said about adding an unexpected twist. The clown replied that he remembered, and added that he feels sorry for Mr. Zhao, but he thinks this is his final stop. That the guy held on for quite a long time, but rules are rules. However, if Mr. Zhao Yi has an interesting proposal that does not violate the rules of the game and will cheer them all up, then after the game is over, he will let him choose the method of death himself. Zhao Yi offered to make bets. The clone asked what other stakes there were. The guy said simply that he was betting on his close victory. Kei Luan was puzzled. When he regained consciousness, he said that Mr. Zhao did not seem to understand the situation he was in. As it stands, the guy can't beat him. Zhao Yi replied that this was not the case, that this bet was conditional. The boy said he wanted the clown to close his eyes. If he wins, then the clown will do him a favor. That is, he will do whatever Zhao Yi says for him. Well, if it turns out that the boy loses, then in addition to the fact that the clown will take over his life, he will still have this item. Zhao Yi opened his inventory and took out Pandora's box. The characteristics of this item appeared where a note said that the ghosts inside had already been released and reopening would have no effect. The item description says it's a gift that many ghosts still enjoy. And if you give it to a human fairy, it will greatly increase her affection for him. The clown was very interested. He looked intently at the box, then said that he accepted Mr. Zhao's bet. Zhao Yi said that the clown could only open his eyes after removing the bag from his hand and asked if there were any more questions. The clown said no. The clown thought to himself that even if he stopped seeing, it wouldn't change anything. That Zhao Yi just lost and is afraid to admit it. Bai Shui asked Fan Pai why brother Zhao Yi decided to bet. And in general, does he have a chance to win? Fi Fai replied that he did not know that. He added that they only had to believe that Zhao Yi's bid would lead them to victory in the finals. At this time, Zhao Yi suggested that the clown make the first move this time. Put your hand on the black bag and close your eyes. The clown first stared at Zhao Yi's severed fingers before agreeing with him. When the clown's hand was in the bag, Zhao Yi also put his hand in the bag. The trio behind him held their breath in anticipation. Zhao Yi said he was ready and asked the mechs to remove the bags from their hands. When the machines lifted the bags, the clown lowered his eyes to Zhao Yi's hand and saw that there was no finger on it. So the boy threw away the paper. Everyone present, including the clown, was surprised and amazed. They did not understand why, because Zhao Yi had one finger left on one hand and two on the other. The clown was also puzzled. Zhao Yi smiled and said in a calm tone that it seems he won after all. Bai Shui asked if Zhao Yi cut off his finger. Fan Pai said that since there were no fingers, it turned out that the brother put out paper. Someone announced that he had defeated Zhao Yi in the 10th round. The clown was not feeling well. He sat at the table in silence, and then he took the device for cutting off fingers and deprived himself of another one. Bai Shui jumped up shouting that they had won. Fei Pai thanked God that they would not die, and Lei Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. Klong turned to Zhao Yi and asked when he came up with this plan against him. Zhao Yi replied that, after his third cut-off finger. The boy explained that they all knew it was a game of luck. And since it is also gambling, there definitely cannot be two winners in it. The boy pointed out that the clown could really beat him. It was obvious that he had his own methods of fraud. And so, it was in the 5th, 7th, and 8th rounds. Zhao Yi said that he deliberately changed his gestures inside the bag. But at the same time, he still lost, which was not surprising. Then the boy finally realized that he must deprive him of the opportunity to see. At that time, the boy began to understand that if he wants to win, then he needs to rebuild the game for himself. That is, to take away from the clown the ability to see through surfaces, and that he pushed the clown to make an obvious wrong choice. The clown clapped his hands and said that he understood. When it was his turn to cut off the 7th finger, the boy deliberately chose the big one on his right hand. The fact is that in the last round, you could only throw scissors or a stone, regardless of which hand you use. Then the boy offered him a bet. He closed his eyes, and thus could not use his prediction. The boy forced him to throw the rock in order to win the game. As a result, Zhao Yi cut off his finger in advance and turned the stone on his left hand into paper. After listening to all the assumptions, the guy winked at the clown and said, "Bingo!" The clown clapped his hands with delight. He said that Mr. Zhao exceeded all his expectations and added that it was one of the funnest games of rock, paper, scissors he could remember. The clown got up from the table, saying that he would keep his promise. He donned a top hat and announced in a festive voice that from now on, his grocery store would provide the boy and his guild with an unlimited supply of all goods for free and forever. Also, when the guy leaves the shop, the clown will give Mr. Zhao 3 talent points, according to the game rules, and 1 talent point for everyone else. And that it is from him personally. Fan Pai fired up with curiosity for a personal gift. Did this mean that these talent points were not part of the main quest? Bai Shui said that this time she will make a lot of money. When the time comes, you can add talent points to your strength stats to improve your physical skills. Tian girl. Tian patted her teddy bear on the head and asked Nina to smile. The clown, taking off his hat, continued that he owed Mr. Zhao a favour of a personal nature. The clown bowed to the boy and said that if he could help him with anything, he should just say. Zhao Yi was not confused and replied that he had one question. The guy asked who lives in the butcher shop on the next floor. The clown replied that there lived a madman who was very strange even compared to him. Zhao Yi wondered what exactly that butcher was doing there. The clown replied that he was looking for his daughter. System messages began to appear in the game, welcoming Zhao Yi, Fang Pai, Loi Han, Tian Tian, and Bai Shui with the successful opening of a new location for the guild, a grocery store. With the information that 10 acres around the new location will be considered a safe zone. It is necessary not to leave the radius of the safe zone in order not to get hurt. Some guild players wondered who managed to open a grocery store. Others were amazed at the coolness of the newcomer. What was expected from the rookie number 1 in the rating? Meanwhile, on the Xiangwei train platform, Shan was furious. He said that Zhao Yi was not dead. He did not understand how the boy was able to win. Did he manage to unravel his plan? Xiang Weishan called one of his henchmen to him. He whispered something to the boy with the nose ring. He replied that he understood everything and that his brother should not worry. The boy returned to the company of other boys who were sitting smoking and said that he wanted to tell them something. Satisfied, Zhao Yi's company finally left the grocery store. Little Tian Tian noted to herself that Zhao Yi's hands were still bleeding. Fan Pai asked the boy, why don't they go back to the guild headquarters? After all, the wounds on his hand looked terrible. Bai Shui supported Fang Pai. She said that if it was an injury sustained during the main quest or an injury in the dungeon, as long as there were no injuries that impaired his physical and mental abilities, they could be healed within the guild walls. Zhao Yi saw something on the mountain and invited everyone to come to him. The boy, with delight in his eyes, told them not to rush back, that they still need to look at the butcher shop. The guy approached the elevator. Tian Tian ran after him again. Fan Pai said that Zhao Yi's little brother was able to defeat the crazy clown, so he can even trust him with his life. Uncle Lei Han wasn't too sure, but replied that he was too. As Zhao Yi was about to press the elevator call button, someone hit the wall next to the panel with their hand and ordered them to stop. They were the guys from the platform, Xiang Wei's henchman Shania. One of them said that Zhao Yi had passed the game, which meant that he had received his reward. The boy asked if Zhao Yi thought he should give way to someone else. Then Fan Pai's voice rang out. He was angry and said that besides the fact that these boys were afraid to go there themselves, they also did not want to let them in. Bandyuk said that more people die in the game Butcher's Bench than in the crazy clown task, and that he just worries about them. Bai Shui shouted that the thug was trying to hang noodles over their ears. Most likely, they want to stop them so that they do not become stronger than him and his friends. Bandyuk got angry because of the woman's words. He reached into his pocket and, taking out a knife, said that there was no point in talking to them, that he would simply not let them pass, and that they would not do anything about it. When the thugs suddenly saw one whole middle finger being shown to them, Zhao Yi smiled and said that now one finger is enough for him to kill them. Bandyuk became even more enraged and rushed at Zhao Yi with a knife, but he was stopped by one of his henchmen. The guy from the top looked at the gangster and asked if he was really that insecure. Zhao Yi said that at the moment he had 21 levels of strength, that this thug was no match for him, and the boy hit the thug with 2 fingers on his ribs with all his might. He was bent over with pain. Next, Zhao Yi stuck the 2 only surviving fingers into the burrs' noses and raised them up bandugana in the air. The girl Tian Tian stood nearby and rejoiced at such a sight. Zhao Yi then turned around and threw the beggar against the wall with all his might. He flew several meters and, cutting himself against the wall, was barely able to rise to his knees. To Zhao Yi looked at his fingers, which were covered with the blood of the gangster. He wiped the blood off Fan Pai's shirt in disgust. Fan Pai was no less disgusted. He shouted at Zhao Yi, how could he wipe something so disgusting on him? After all, he had a napkin with him. Zhao Yi smiled and showed his 2 clean fingers and replied that there was no need, that he had already wiped off all the dirt. Courtesy of Xiang Wei Shanya began to talk among themselves. They did not know what to do and whether they should try to detain the company. Bai Shui called out to them saying that they should get out as soon as possible. She said they were all members of the same guild. Even though the gangs are trying to threaten them now, are they going to do this for the rest of their lives? One of the young men noticed that the woman was saying the right thing and suggested that they leave. But the other guy got angry and said that he was an idiot. If they leave now, it will not lead to anything good. Then the boy shouted in the direction of Bai Shui so that she would not be delusional. If she doesn't want to die, then she should go with them. Otherwise, she will break her legs and go to the mincemeat. Fan Pai was also angry. He rolled up his sleeves and, saying that they had no other choice, went with his fists to the bandits. Uncle Leihan grabbed him and asked him to calm down. Suddenly, someone asked what was wrong with them all. Turning their heads, everyone saw that Xiang Wei had arrived Shan along with the whole gang. Fan Pai was worried. He thought that if Shan and his team unite against them, then they are surely doomed. Bai Shui thought that she already knew that this guy would not stay away. Then Xiang Wei Shan asked, how are they not ashamed? And pointing his finger at the boys who had come to block the path of Zhao Yi's team, he said that in addition to not going to the task themselves, they also stand in the way of others. The boys bowed their heads and begged Brother Xiang. They said they were just about to leave. Zhao Yi's team was perplexed. Bei Shui asked Zhao Yi what happened to Xiang Wei. Did Shan just help them, or did she imagine it? Xiang Weishan moved closer to the boys' team and turned to Zhao Yi and said that Brother Zhao could no longer be afraid of them. And then, placing his hand on the boy's shoulder, Xiang Weishan said that he would take him to the butcher himself, and no one would dare to stop them. Zhao Yi thanked Brother Shang with a smile. Watching this scene, Bai Shui thought that she was sure that this performance was arranged by Xiang Wei himself. I appreciate it. That first he sets someone up for a fight, then intervenes to resolve the conflict, and then, under the guise of friendship, joins their team. Here is his strategy. Bai Shui quietly walked up to Zhao Yi's back and tugged on his jacket. She wanted to whisper something in his ear, but Zhao Yi extended his hand to Xiang Wei Shanya and offered him to join their team, saying that, let them help each other. Xiang Weishan was surprised by the boy's answer. He shook his hand in return and thought to himself that Zhao Yi was very easy to trick. Bai Shui let go of Zhao Yi's jacket and looked at Fang Pai. Xiang Wei believed that Brother Zhao seemed to be in her eyes, Shan Yu. So what should they do now? Fan Pai thought that if that was the case, he should be on the alert with such a sneaky and cunning fellow. The door to the butcher shop opened. Entering the middle, Zhao Yi and Xiang Wei's company Shanya saw human body parts hanging on hooks and human heads in the window. Besides Zhao Yi and Tian Tian, everyone felt uneasy from such a scary sight. Ahead at the counter, Zhao Yi saw a butcher who was just bringing a huge kitchen cleaver over someone's corpse. The boys with Tian Tian came closer and greeted the butcher. The guy said that they came to him to play a game. The butcher cut the corpse's leg, put down the cleaver, and after wiping his hands, turned to the boy and said that he had 3 kinds of games. The first type, it is necessary to help him deliver food. Customer orders have limits. Whoever turns out to be faster will win. He will also receive a bowl of exclusive sauce from his collection.